Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone across this planet of ours. Everywhere where you've got the internet, you've got Toast to Toast AM, the only show streaming live on YouTube right now. Don't bother to check. That's just a thing that is true. Welcome. This is we had just had a Toast to Toast last week. I don't understand what have we done to deserve an extra Toast to Toast, quick turnaround. And we're just saying, hey, Dave and I missed you guys so much. We didn't want to stay away. Speaking of Dave, there he is.
What, Paul? What's this? I didn't expect to see you so soon. Oh, you caught me. I wasn't ready. How's everybody doing today? How's everybody doing?
Glad we didn't catch in your house robe. That's excellent news.
That would have been a good bit. No, I wish I'd done that.
Well, maybe in the future.
Maybe in the future.
And the nice thing about we were embarking on a time travel journey today.
Yes.
So we can talk about the future and the past and slosh it all around. So,
and all points in between.
And all points in between. I guess those counts as various time zones, right? Is that how that works?
Absolutely.
I have enough. Scheduling interdimensional meetings must be a bitch.
Yeah, like what time zone is Alpha Centauri in?
Exactly. Well, but also, so like interdimensional, the way like the comic movies do it, where it's like, okay,
right,
I'm going to Alpha Centauri, but in universe 931.
So do you think, so if you have like a multiversal interdimensional meeting,
yeah,
so it's like I'm in New York and I'm talking to New York on Earth 615 and Earth. Are they all the same time zone, do you think?
Well, this is the thing. I'm guessing they're not. I'm guessing there's some kind of conversion.
Like, are they mostly in the same time zone, but then there's the Saskatchewan.
Well, but it seems like
the
Dave,
Newfoundland one that's just like a half hour off for everyone else.
Maybe, but if you're going to have infinite variations, like what if everything about there's a universe out there that's exactly like ours,
right?
Except a day lasts, 23 and a quarter hours.
I mean, I get,
right.
But we could go off on them. Is it that way because the Earth's slightly closer to this? Like, what's
well,
going
no,
on?
Any number of reasons, or it's absolutely, or the gravitational constant is slightly different. Anyhow, no one likes meetings, so let's stop talking about that.
Yeah, this is gripping. This is fascinating.
You know what people do like talking about, Dave?
What do they like talking
about? People on the YouTube, they come and they watch video after video. They click to see who is sponsoring that video.
Yeah, I mean that's what we're all interested in.
That's what most people are here for.
I have my I actually over here. So this is my is more when I watch YouTube, I just click from video to video and I keep lists of the various sponsors and ads I see, as I'm sure most people do, in your ad journal.
That's right.
So I know which products I should be giving my money to in the following week.
Absolutely. Yeah. I have so many meal kits to buy.
And
so many. I'm signed up for about a dozen VPNs.
Yep. that sounds right.
Yep. I get various cereals that I don't enjoy delivered right to my house.
But Paul.
Yes.
It's we're sponsored too, actually. I didn't know if you knew that.
That is one of the things I like best about our show.
Yeah. That we we have bills to pay. And
we do.
While we deeply appreciate the super chats very, very much, every single one of you out there, it's always heartwarming to Paul and I to get that kind of support from all of you, and we deeply appreciate it. Paul and I are also corporate whores, and we will shill to anybody that waves a check in front of us. And somebody waved a check in front of us this week, Paul.
Woo!
Would you like to hear about it?
An actual check? I'll ask you after. Let's get.
Whoa, okay, yeah. Let's not start off in a sour note, okay? But Paul.
Yes, Dave.
I really am tremendously excited about this week's sponsor. Between you and me, Paul, speaking of YouTube and the people who watch for things, there have been some complaints about some of our previous sponsors. Minor ones, I assure you, from a very small but very vocal minority. Very, very vocal. Um, there have been um, letters, threats, things thrown through my car and home windows with notes tied to them. People have opinions they want to express, and I appreciate that. It seems some people are confused about the nature of our sponsorships. They ask questions like, how do I enter a promo code when I want to dance? What store do I go to purchase procrastination? Um, David, you idiot. Falsehoods are a concept, not a product that actually exists. Wah, 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 wah. I swear, Paul, people will find the smallest nit to pick and just worry it to death. It's it's almost enough to make me want to get out of the sponsorship game altogether. But I just have to remind myself not to get discouraged by the naysayers. Don't get lost in YouTube comments. Don't pay too much attention to the angry notes thrown through your windows. Just remember the loyal fans out there who love Toast to Toast the way that it is. That being said, self improvement has always been my driving passion, Paul, as you well know. And so I do take these criticisms to heart. And so this week I've gone out and found the most practical, useful, down to earth, and actually physically existing sponsor that I can. This week's sponsor is a wonderful new product, Paul, and I think it's going to amaze and delight the Toast to Toast faithful all over the world. Paul, it slices, it dices, it can julienne carrots, peel an orange, and teach someone a lesson they're not going to soon forget if they get up in your face. Only one product can do all of this and more. Paul, I am, of course, talking about knives. That's right, Paul. With a shiny new knife, you can accomplish almost any goal you set your mind to. I highly recommend you try one in the kitchen, and you'll wonder why you ever got by without it. I didn't realize how much I hated slicing raw beef, pork, and chicken with my teeth until I tried doing it with a knife. The savings on the laundry alone for my bloody shirt and the supplies to clean the, frankly horrible kitchen after cooking any meal alone make this amazing new invention worth it. If, like me, you get a lot of products delivered to your home, you are tired, Paul, so tired of cracked and broken fingernails from slowly and painfully digging through the cellophane and packing tape used to seal up boxes by these, distribution companies. Well, with a knife, Paul, you can slice through all of that packing material like something very sharp that is very easy for that sharp thing to go through. Wow! And I'm just barely scratching the surface. You can use that knife for self-defense. You can use it for both hunting and gathering. You can use it to play fun and dangerous games with your friends or to impress sexy singles at parties. You can give it as a gift on the first day of school or as an anniversary gift to let your significant other know how much you care. You know what, Paul? If you use that knife the right way in a liquor store or, say, a gas station, that knife will pay for itself the very first day you own it. What value? And they come in so many shapes, colors, and styles, Paul. For the fan of the minimal, you can get a shard of chipped obsidian available for extra charge with a grip of rough hide to make it easier to hold. Customers who want to fight insects can get butterfly knives. Customers who want to fight dairy products can get butter knives. There's X-Acto knives for people who hate generalities and throwing knives for people who hate having to walk over to somebody to stab them. Big or small, there's a knife to do it all. And Paul, that's not it. For a limited time, Knives has a very special offer for watchers of this stream. When you head down to your local knife store to pick up your very first set of knives, make sure you use the promo code Toast to Toast. That's TOAST, the number 2, TOST, because when you do, every viewer of this stream who uses that promo code will receive, at absolutely no extra charge, completely free, a spoon and a fork, limit 2 per customer. Wow, what a deal. That's completely free, Paul. Savings like that really cut through the competition. You know what I'm saying? So don't walk, Paul, run, but not with a knife. That's not safe. And get yourself a sharp knife today. Knives.
Wow.
I know.
Well, I've been meaning to try knives.
Mm-hmm.
It's been on
Mm-hmm.
one of my to-do lists. I see it all the time on the TikTok.
Yeah.
People, it's the hot thing.
I mean, I thought it was just a fad that like influencers and celebrities were into,
Right.
like your
Y-
Gordon Ramsays and your Jamie Olivers, but
Or like your imaginary things like air fryers.
yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You can't fry air, Paul.
No. Right.
That's
Exactly.
I don't know. But people will buy anything, I guess, right? More power
Exactly.
to you.
Well, cheers to knives. Thank you for sponsoring Toast to Toast AM.
Thank you, knives.
That that deserves also a my tequila cheers. That's
Oh,
how
we
I'm
didn't we
starting
didn't
my
do a
day.
toast at the start of
No,
the
we didn't
show.
do a toast.
Let me
We got distracted by interdimensional meetings.
yep. We as we do, it doesn't take very much to get you and I off on tangents.
No, sorry
What
we
should we
missed
toast
the.
to? What should we toast to today, Paul?
I'm going to toast to not being supervised.
Here's to unsupervised fun with our knives.
Woo.
Mm.
Mm.
Paul, we should maybe take this opportunity to point out that on the next episode of Toast to Toast, we will be supervised.
Mm.
There will be adults in the room keeping
It's
an eye on
true.
us and our shenanigans.
So I do need to warn you
Mm-hmm.
that we might need to shift the time slightly.
Oh, whatever. It's a holiday
But
for
yes,
here
but
in this country. So
we're talking about May 20th. There
May
will be
20th, Monday, May 20th.
a special charity edition of Toast to Toast AM. Will be
Mm-hmm.
it'll be the MS Walk is the charity of
Yeah.
choice there.
Doing
We
good
will be
research
joined.
for multiple sclerosis.
Correct.
Wonderful, wonderful cause.
Uh, a cause close to our house, as Shannon has MS, but also
Mhm.
close to the household of Digital Hammurabi, who will be joining us. So Josh and Megan will be joining us. They
Yes.
are are both noted experts in ancient Sumerian languages,
Yeah.
and have literally they have written textbooks on the matter.
Yep.
And we will be
And for some
joining
reason, they're going to be talking to a couple of dopes like us.
a couple of those, I guess, because the Art Bell guest is someone who also claims to know how to read ancient Sumerian
Yes.
and comes to very different conclusions on some texts. So,
But it is going to be a wonderful time. Again, that's Monday, May 20th. We
yep,
would love as many people as possible to be there.
that's right.
Because again, we're going to be raising money for an excellent cause. That day, all money raised. I assume Paul, I might be speaking out of the corner of my mouth, but 100% of all money raised, it's all
Correct.
going to MS Walk that
And
show.
even if
Yeah.
we get a sponsor.
Even if we get a sponsor,
Yep. That's
what's
right.
this if? When Paul?
Well,
Do you doubt me? Do you doubt my?
I know sponsors do enjoy they'd actually enjoy sponsoring things that'll be for charitable work as
Yeah,
opposed to what we do
absolutely.
here.
I actually have already got something in the works on that one. I got something
Excellent.
very special lined
So
up.
so Shannon Q will indeed be joining us. So it will be
Yeah,
a uh
it's gonna be a full house.
full house. So Dave and I, fortunately,
Yeah.
our shenanigans will be watered down.
Frankly, I'm excited about just being able to maybe kind of take a nap.
That's right. That's right.
You guys all got this. That's fine.
You got this. Yep.
Mhm.
So we have some super chats to go through, Dave.
We got a couple. We're falling
Yep.
behind.
So we have Rosina Keller writes Q-tips, nail clippers, shampoo, conditioner, Tide Pods, face wash, Vaseline. I'm not sure. Are these potential sponsors? Is this a care package that
I mean,
that
it's hard.
Rosina's?
That's a useful thing. If someone sent me a box with all that in,
Mm,
I'd be all right.
that all sounds like a delicious sandwich.
I go through a lot of shampoo, so
Mm,
mhm.
I think I've used all of those products today.
Well, there you
Yep.
go.
Not Vaseline, but the
Ah.
night's still young.
Night's still young. Absolutely.
Yep.
That's on Toast to Toast After Dark.
Patreon only. If
Yeah.
you join the Patreon,
For the Patreon.
you can He's using Vaseline. All right.
This is us. You
Rosina
using
also writes,
Vaseline.
I understand everything. There's still time to save Des Moines. All right.
Is that a I don't get the reference.
I don't know, but it seems like Des Moines is always in trouble.
Des Moines is.
Thank you, Rosina. Limited Light for $5 writes, tonight's video is sponsored by the First Time Travelers, the Cars. Were the Cars the First Time Travelers? All right.
I'm wasting all my time. I like the Cars. They got some catchy
It's funny because I like the Cars, but I don't like Pixar's Cars.
I like the first one.
I didn't even enjoy the first one that much.
I thought the first one was a pretty solid movie.
Mm.
I mean,
All right.
it's on the Pixar scale, it's definitely it's fine.
Yeah. I guess so. I guess it's fine.
Right.
Mark Fernkov writes,
yeah,
are scissors just two knives combined into one?
Now you're getting it, Mark.
No, Mark, take the word just out of that sentence. The word just does not belong in this sentence. Scissors are two knives combined into one.
Scissors are two knives combined into one. It's like one of those guitars that's like two guitars.
That's right.
Wow.
We
should point out there is no super chat, but Limited Light did also just throw it.
I threw that up on the screen, but yes.
Oh, fair enough.
No worries. That's because I was moving on. Limited Light, in fact, actually did a super chat here.
Yes,
I've moved beyond knives to spoons.
Oh, I see. He's moved to the knives beyond knives.
Why a spoon, cousin?
Because it's dull, you dolt. It'll hurt more.
Old movies.
Old movies. Yeah.
Hey, Shannon's in the chat. Shannon is I'm unsupervised because Shannon is elsewhere.
Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Oh man, I want to sing karaoke. I haven't been to karaoke in years, and I'm a little sad about it. You know how shy I am singing in front of other people, Paul.
I just shy in general.
Just in general, I'm often reserved. Is a word that's often used. Yeah. Bashful.
Melly writes, insert toaster emoji here. Is there no toaster emoji?
I mean, I feel like there should be a flying toaster emoji.
Flying toasters.
Flying toasters. Yeah.
They saved my screen so many times. My screens were in danger.
My screens were in danger.
Boom.
Luckily, the flying toasters showed
up. In come the savers. Okay, Dave. So there's a lot going on tonight.
Airhead reference.
We have
yes.
We have beyond just so we're starting the new potentially a new series.
Yes.
And if everyone hates it, well, this is just it's a one-off. But the gentleman we're going to be listening to tonight has been on Toast to Toast at least 3 times that I'm aware of, and possibly more.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's it. I don't think he ever came back later.
Okay. Spoiler alert, and I'm not saying which one. One of those landed him in prison.
Yeah.
One of those appearances. Yeah. So
and that's absolutely true.
And I say spoilers because I don't actually remember, because I didn't, as we don't often, we don't re-listen. I don't remember which one landed him in prison.
Yeah. You can see his mugshots and there's the police reports somewhere. Yeah.
Let's not that one.
Not starting that yet. Have you got it queued up?
I got it queued up, but apparently it's not well, let's talk about trivia.
Yeah, fair enough.
We'll talk about trivia. So Dave,
yes,
our question writer extraordinaire,
that's me,
was enthusiastic about doing time travel related trivia tonight.
I was.
And so enthusiastic that we have a abundance of questions. Would you say I have a plethora of questions, Dave?
I would say you have a plethora, yes.
Excellent. Dave, what is a plethora?
It could be I don't have your intellect and education.
Could it be? Could it be, Paul?
hate to think that somebody would tell me. Anyways, that's enough.
Yes,
That's enough.
that's a
Yeah.
whole different thing.
Mm,
Hmm. So we have trivia questions. You can win. The winner of tonight's trivia will be eligible to win, not just eligible to win, but win
will in
a
fact win.
toast to toast tumbler to join the
Yes.
tumbler club.
Yes.
And
So there's a lot of questions tonight. So
we
what
have a
we're
lot of
gonna do?
questions. So we should probably
We're gonna
bang
do
at
them in
least.
pairs.
We're gonna do them in pairs. We're gonna
Yeah.
bang a couple out at the start here.
There's even some I specifically put in for Shannon, and she's not even here. She's off.
Well,
doing things.
no, but Shannon is in the chat.
Oh well, there you go. So
She's
maybe
just
she'll.
not in the same house where I am. So
I
maybe
think
that
she's
will be.
coming and going out of
I feel
chat.
like the curse of being in this house
Yeah.
will be lifted for her.
Well, good.
Let me get that countdown started.
Get the countdown started. Oh, we don't have the trivia clock up either for.
Well, the trivia clock comes after the first question because that's the trivia clock is.
For people watching at home, it's multiple choice. If you haven't played before, going to be a question and 4 answers. Just type the number of the answer 1, 2, 3, or 4 into chat. That's all you got to do. Just the number, nothing else, and then we'll tabulate from there. Question number 1: how is the antenna on the phone booth time machine damaged in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure? Did Napoleon break it while trying to show them how to improve the design? Is it bitten by a dinosaur? Did a cowboy shoot it with a rifle, or did a knight strike it with his mace?
Wow.
How is the antenna on the phone booth time machine damaged in Bill
I
and
have
Ted's
not. I have
Excellent
not seen the questions.
Adventure? Nope, Paul has not seen the questions. Also, people haven't forget the theme is time travel movies. All the questions are time travel movie related tonight.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Oh, get your answers in
Yes.
with the tabulating
The tabulating and the hey.
and the ho ho.
That's exactly Pegasus. It's the beauty. Yeah, it was number 4. The knight strikes it with his mace.
Woo!
You can always just throw it a wild ass guess because no reason not to. You got a 1 in 4 chance. So that's number 1. Number 1 was a little tougher.
Okay, it was starting difficult. Gotcha. Uh-oh.
There we go.
Wrong thing. That was that was
there were some shots
that was
there.
that was well, let me throw them up because we got 15 seconds here. So yeah, we got
It is when they pick up the princess is clever. Good job.
So yeah, so this is our
very
madman
top.
Markham.
Yeah, Michael Markham, Mad Markham.
All right.
Markham.
But we need the trivia.
We need the trivia. Oh, 2009 reboot of the Star Trek franchise. A Romulan mining ship travels back in time and starts an alternate timeline named after what ship? Is it the USS Orion, the USS Kelvin, the USS Enterprise, or the USS Discovery?
I'm very confident on this one.
I feel like you should you know this one.
Yeah. But today I'm not putting the answers in the chat because I don't want to mess up the standings for everybody else.
Oh, you think your answers are gonna mess up the standings?
No, I just feel like it's gonna signal to everyone what not to do.
That's fair.
Yeah.
What was your guess, Paul?
It's the Kelvin. It's the Kelvin
Yeah,
timeline.
Kelvin timeline. Yeah. That was the ship that Kirk's dad was
that Chris Hemsworth was captaining.
Yep. And there it is.
Thor was in charge.
There it is.
Oh, we got a lot of Trekkies in the audience. Apparently, that one.
Well, there's I don't know if that's says it's because Trekkies are people of taste and distinction.
I see. Is that how that works?
That's probably how that works.
Okay.
Well, there we go. There's our first two questions down.
Perfect. Well, let me pause that so that we're not in any kind of jeopardy, and then let's get back. So then let's get back to Mr. Mr. Madman, Mad Max,
Michael.
Mike Markham.
Mike Markham.
Well, we don't need to explain because we're going to be doing his very first call, and so everyone's
Exactly.
equally in the dark.
Yeah, we can just let her roll.
Art's gonna let her roll, but this is so the person in the thumbnail was indeed this individual, lest you think I was just picking, hey, let me get a picture of a weirdo. No.
Yeah, no, that is Michael Markham. That is
That's
the guy.
Michael Markham.
Yep.
And let's get to his first time interacting with Art Bell.
I think it was the end of last week. Yes, it was. Saturday morning. I read you a story that was faxed to me by somebody in Columbia, Missouri. And I thought it incredible. The story is entitled Kansas City.
Let me know, everyone in the chat. This isn't the normal type of audio I use, so let me know if it's too loud, too quiet.
And tries to build time machine on porch. Now, in case you don't remember the general tenure of the article, I'm going to remind you now. Kansas City Associated Press. When a Missouri factory worker set out to make a time machine on his back porch, the contraption he came up with was not completely off the mark, theoretically, according to scientists. With a high-voltage electrical transformer that Michael Markham had hooked up to...
I definitely should have listened to this and removed this music.
Mm-hmm.
But if we interrupt it every once in a while, YouTube won't complain.
Two vertical metal rods would more likely have killed him or blown up his house.
Metal rod.
Inanimate carbon rod.
Then carried him into the past or future. Time travel, though enticingly possible in the mathematics of Einstein's theory of relativity, is not likely in the physical universe, they say. They go on, quote, it is a very interesting area, though. There are theoretical physicists working on those areas, and I will not say that it's total nonsense. This was according to the chairman at the physics department at the University of Missouri at Kansas City. But he went on, it's not something that you can demonstrate with batteries. And I guess that was Michael's problem. So are the Stanberry police, who say the voltage that Markham had diverted into the contraption caused power interruptions in and around the northwest Missouri town of about 1,300. Markham had connected the metal rods to the terminals of a transformer, one of 6 stolen from a utility company, in hopes of creating a large spark gap with ascending electrical arcs. Markham was arrested.
Well, I know the answer to your question, Paul. It was this. It was this show was the one that got him arrested. Yeah. Yeah.
Yes. So for those, in case that was fuzzy and not following along,
yeah,
our good friend Mike decided to steal some what he qualified as unused transformers.
Broke into a power station.
Local
utility, whatever. Something like Jefferson. I can't remember what they said what it was. It's in the police report. You broke into a power station and stole 6 transformers. Yeah. Yeah.
And proceeded to create, I think I'm going to assume with my vague recollection that he was trying to make a Jacob's ladder.
He was originally trying to make a Jacob's ladder. Yes.
Now, in case anyone in the chat doesn't know exactly what we mean by the Jacob's ladder, I think the best way to visualize it is,
think of old, like, black and white
in the Dracula movie or the Frankenstein movies, right? Where
yeah. I mean, just Google Jacob's ladder electricity, and I'm sure you'll see.
Yeah, I should have done electricity, but this is, this thing is.
Yeah, well, there's one right there. Yeah, so it's just like you'll.
So he thought with these commercial grade transformers that he would just hook that straight up to the grid, and it'd use some carbon rods or metal rods that he'd found around.
Yeah,
and just have some fun.
Just have some fun.
It's all in fun.
Yeah, it was tapped directly into the power grid too.
Yeah.
I can't remember how that's what actually got him originally in trouble, like they said.
So Right.
massive amount of power.
That's
enough
right.
that the power
Yeah.
company noticed. It's like,
And
that's
yeah, it blacked out a bunch of police. Oh, you know what, Dave? I think we actually may have missed a super chat while we were doing the trivia
we
game.
probably have, yeah.
During the trivia game, I think so. We had the toaster
Oh,
emoji.
we did.
We had that one.
Zinnia,
And
watch
then
more American
then
Dad.
we have a Rosina.
Yeah.
Watch more American Dad. I think that's just sound life advice, probably.
I believe that was when we were like, I don't get this reference. That
Oh,
was,
I see. Okay,
yeah.
I have not watched, but I noticed that American Dad was having its 25th anniversary this last month, Dave.
Yeah.
25 years. The copies of The Simpsons are now celebrating quarter century marks.
Yeah, that's something.
Oh.
Jacob's Ladder. Oh, we got others like
Yeah.
in the movie. I mean, spelt the same, but not the movie is not a reference to the electrical device.
Yeah, and also nor the Huey Lewis and the News song of the same name.
Yeah.
Which I'm probably the only one in the stream old enough to remember.
Okay, we both know that's not true.
Anyway,
yeah.
or the biblical reference, frankly.
They're all references to the actual one in the Bible, but
yeah. All right. So back to the show, I guess.
January 29th on a...
Oh, I see Kip's in the chat.
Hey, Kip.
Felony charge of stealing the transformers from...
Oh, he's not. There's somebody else. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
A St. Joseph Light and Power generating station in King City. He pleaded guilty last month, was placed on 5 years probation. Police said the transformers had a capacity of 12 to 76,000 volts each, enough to easily cause electrocution or an explosion.
Yeah.
Markham.
Yeah. Like well past. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who told police that he has 2 years of college-level electrical engineering, said he was building a time machine, but didn't have enough power for it. That's according to the Stanbury police chief, Tom Hampton. Hampton said, quote, he's not nuts. He appears to be an intelligent person with a lack of common sense. Maybe. Hampton.
I think that's true of everyone on screen right now.
It certainly applies to a few engineers I know.
That Paul and Dave, they're bright lads, but you know,
not so sure about the common sense.
Yeah.
Said Markham.
Also not often the bright part, but you know, in general.
Told officers he had not tried to enter the spark gap, and neither had anyone else. If anyone had, they probably would have been electrocuted, not transported in time. Presumably, he decided that if he got...
What do the police know about that kind of thing?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Not a thing. Not a bloody thing.
You can't tell me that someone just isn't jumping in the Jacob's Ladder doesn't get transported in time.
Enough electricity together, he could build a time machine, because there is the concept that if you're going to do it, it's going to require an enormous amount of energy. So there it was, and you know me and these kinds of stories and how I'm fascinated by time. So I set out to find young Mr. Markham, and I found him. It wasn't easy. I went through a couple of our affiliates, and then I just started.
Chocolate Porter Melody, Kate.
Nice.
Currently.
I forgot to put up the trivia clock, so we'll do it at like the bottom of the trivia clock when it gets halfway.
Yeah, fair enough.
Also, it's not often that Art goes out hunting for a guest, so this is a special night.
Yeah, he's excited. I mean, to be fair, if I'd read that story and I was Art Bell, I'd be like, "Oh, I got to get this guy." The guy that broke his
This would be perfect for my show. Yeah.
Yeah. So you had 7 to 12,000 volt transformers in your house wired up? Yep.
Going to phone directories and rooting about, and lo and behold, there was a new number, and it was Michael's, and I've got Michael here, and so I thought I would ask him, and I did a little earlier today, and we're going to go through it right now and find out exactly what it is Michael was trying to do. We'll get back to him in just a moment. Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
Good. First of all, had you heard that story before?
Oh, but,
Yeah, the one I just read?
yeah.
You've heard that, huh?
Yeah. It's like I'm, like, collecting clippings on it now.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
How old are you, Michael?
21.
21. Pretty young.
Yeah, very.
Now, let's go kind of back through the story like you and I did.
Paul, for context, which I don't think we mentioned it. This was, I believe, April 1995.
95. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, again, keep in mind that the phone technology, the sound isn't going to be great because it's recordings from, 30 years ago.
95.
So,
yeah.
Earlier today, this all began
30 years ago. So that means that young Michael,
Wasn't even yet.
he's now like
30.
he's now in his 50s.
Yeah.
Wow. All right.
Apparently,
Yes.
I've read on the internet that he now lives in Hawaii and has a public Facebook profile where he posts all kinds of crazy ass shit. If you take the time to look him up,
Okay.
He's apparently living a good life, is happy and and
does he is the government giving him $250,000 a month to lease his land?
I don't believe they are. No, no.
We didn't end in a quite. So he didn't. Well, but he probably has all his teeth.
He I couldn't say, Paul. I couldn't
actually. Who knows? But chances are the government didn't take any of his teeth out.
I believe that part's true. Yeah, yeah.
Well, why did it? Well, that's a good question. I didn't even ask that. Why did this begin in the first place? What were you trying to do in the first place?
Originally, I just set out to make a fancy Jacob's ladder, and this was like what it turned out to be. I didn't like.
Right, a lot of people don't know what a Jacob's ladder is. Tell them what it is.
We already told our people. Come on,
Art. Keep up. From 30 years ago.
We have a super chat here, Dave.
Oh, we do. Would you like to read that one, Paul, or should I?
Can you use time travel to get panel to frame back to fractal?
I mean,
I think all that would take is logging into the YouTube portal.
And, changing, typing one thing to the other. Bad news. Even if we changed it back to fractal, probably not going to be anything showing up on that channel anytime in the near future.
As much fun as it would be.
As much fun as it would be. I don't know if it's as much fun as this.
Simply, in a nutshell, it's like two metal rods with a spark going up in between it. And once it reaches the top, it starts back to the bottom again.
So, that kind of deal, right?
Yeah.
Like from a Frankenstein movie.
Yeah, that's like...
Art's doing his own sound effects tonight.
I'm like that, yeah.
He doesn't have a team. He doesn't have a fancy team of sound effects people.
No. This is a mom and pop operation, you know?
That's right.
He doesn't even screen his cars.
We're not saying that time machines in general as a category aren't real. That would be ridiculous.
I'm not even saying this time machine isn't real.
That's right. We're just, we are currently skeptical, and just because we haven't heard all the details yet, whether this one is correct.
You got started at.
Okay, well, there are ways to do that. The Van de Graaff generator, for example. You familiar with that?
Yeah.
No, I'm
but
not.
You were going to do it with, actually, how were you going to do it? So,
what's that Vandelay Industries generator? What was that?
The Van de Graaff.
What's a Van de Graaff?
That's like the it's like a mushroom, like a big sort of metal mushroom, and it's like it throws off sort of lightning.
Oh, one of those. That's what those.
Yeah.
That's those. Okay, these things.
Yeah.
Okay, where it makes your hair stand up like crazy.
Yeah.
It
creates like an insane amounts of like sort of static electricity,
gotcha.
like just massive amounts of charged sort of particles, but not directed in any particular generator.
Perfect.
Distance. Yes.
Now I get it.
There you go.
You told me something about winding your own transformer.
Yeah, that's what I originally did, and it's like I like used it was like real touchy, and what I did was I used a laser, modified CD laser for it,
Well, let's stay with the transformer for a moment.
So if I remember, it's been a good
What?
many years since I took any
I'm relying on you because your training in electricity is vastly greater than mine.
so all of these things, Jacob ladders,
Yeah.
Van de Graaff generators, require, I think it's insanely high voltage and low amperage. Like you need a lot of, you're basically going against air as a resistor, and so you need a lot of kind of like neon lights or like spark, where it's, you need really really high voltage. So you have you have to have a transformer to change your power. Man, now we're getting, I'm going to make a fool of myself to anybody.
Yeah, but Dave, at one point, I don't think it's, at one point, Dave, you were training to be an electrician,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yep.
we're actually qualified-ish to be one.
Yeah.
So I'm relying on you this episode.
Yeah, fair enough.
And I was letting people know that you're not making up everything. You might be making up some of the things. You might be misremembering a handful of things, but yeah.
And
but
I
you
did actually
have...
take some university
That's correct.
physics and things where, some of this stuff came up. Yeah, the current equations and things. Anyways, it would make sense if he stole transformers, if he's trying to make these things, because you would need transformers to do them.
And not the I'm gonna just say it now so I can get out of my system. And not the robots in disguise.
No.
Transformers.
No.
Not the Bumblebees or the Optimus Primes.
He was still using GoBots.
That's right. I seen by the
time,
clock on
Paul.
the wall that we're gonna, in 3, 2, 1, we're gonna have a new question here.
Yes. Okay, here we go. Some more stuff. See, Shannon's missing all this. In Star Trek IV, The Voyage Home, the gang travels back in time to rescue a breeding pair of what kind of whale? Is it YouTube co-host whales, humpback whales, blue whales, or beluga whales? And yes, for anyone keeping score at home, that is a fat joke.
But it's a fat joke as in a PHAT joke, meaning it's a good joke.
Meaning it's a really cool joke that all the kids think is really neat.
Yeah. I think it's number 2. That's I don't remember exactly,
yes,
but I think it was.
Yes, you are correct. It's humpback whales.
Oh, and again, apparently we're learning that if you're asking Star Trek questions,
yeah, that's the
our audience is tuned right in. So, are we letting this one roll? Are we doing double? Are we doing 2 in a row?
Yeah, we're doing double.
All right,
we got 16 trivia questions to get through.
16?
Yeah,
I thought it was 12. Okay, 16. Okay, so we're doubling it up.
That's after I cut it down from 20.
Okay.
Because I'm like, Paul's gonna get mad if I do 20 questions.
This is how we know for sure I didn't check, because I didn't. I would have maybe objected to 16, but okay.
See, I'm like, but that's like 8 questions, really, because we're.
It makes sense. It makes sense.
It makes perfect sense.
So now we have 10 seconds to kill for
everyone out there. Paul just said to me, he's like, "Do whatever you want to do with trivia, man. It's all on whatever you want to do. It's cool." I'm like, okay. Now we're all learning lessons tonight.
Lessons. That's right.
In Back to the Future, who makes the first successful trip through time? Is it Socrates? Is it Marty? Is it Heisenberg? Or is it Einstein?
I know this one too. Hint. I shouldn't say hint. Not a human.
Hey, don't give them hints. The people are doing pretty good. I can see the answers coming in.
Not a human.
Not a human. You're correct. This is a tricky question.
So between Saskatoon and Calgary,
yeah,
there is a Lone Pine Ranch.
Yep.
and it made me smile every single time I drove past it
because it's not even
because it's a Back to the Future reference
yeah.
for Lone Pine Mall / Twin Pine Mall. Here it is, Einstein.
Einstein, who was in fact Dr. Brown's dog, named
Even
Einstein.
my hints didn't. My hint maybe came too late to save some of the people.
Yeah.
Oh well. Okay, so that's our 2 trivia questions that we got going right now.
Yeah.
Let me check to see if I missed any super chats. Oh, we did.
You
We
did.
missed this super chat here. We got. You want to read this one?
Dr. Tapioca Weasel, who has been a member now for 15 months. Fantastic. We appreciate it so much. Fun fact, Robert Van de Graaff was my grandfather. That is, in fact, super cool.
So Dr. Tapioca Weasel worked for Vandalay Industries. That's cool.
Again, you're getting those things
mixed up. Am I not? Or was I maybe not paying attention? Okay.
One of those is a made-up company on Seinfeld.
Oh, okay.
But even within the context of that made-up world of a TV show, it was a made-up company. Importer, exporter of fine latex goods.
So Gord, no, but your geography's all wrong. It's way to Edmonton's way north.
Yeah.
On all that, and
it's
so
a triangle. There's 3 points. So
it's a
jet.
That's right. Yeah.
Oh my. Melody Kate. Nice generous super chat. Thank you so much, Melody Kate. Long time friend of the show. I can see I'm going to have to put more whiskey in my ice cream fudge brownie float. I think that is, oh my goodness.
Can we have fudge brownie floats?
I mean, I
have no soda. I have no ice cream. I have no fudge. I have no.
So probably we can't, Paul. Probably we can't. I think
that doesn't seem fair, but Melody, we're celebrating. Yeah. We're celebrating your living large.
It makes me happy to know that Melody.
It's true. One. It is true.
I'm not a person who begrudges others, a little joy, and that sounds like a lot of joy.
All right, Vishanti's in the house.
Hey, Vishanti.
You're
already 4 trivia questions behind. You've only got 12.
Exactly. Yep. So we are going to let's get back to Madman Mark.
Do you have whiskey, Paul?
I have whiskey. Yeah.
You have. Okay, there you go.
I'd have to go to the cupboard.
The liquor cabinet.
We have a cupboard that whenever we have guests over, they're always like, whoa. They're very impressed by the cupboard. We are well stocked.
The quantity and quality.
Because Shannon enjoys complicated cocktails.
Well, that's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with that at all. So
I like a good cocktail.
So we got some of everything. All right, off we go. Madman Markham.
How did you wind this transformer? How did you do that?
Oh, well, it's pretty simple, really. But you just take these took these metal plates and glued them together.
Glued them together,
yeah.
Okay,
and
yes, I remember that. So he built his own transformer, his first transformer. This isn't one of the Jacob's Ladder he was building. He didn't steal the transformers for that. That came,
but
later.
eventually he does steal some. Yeah.
Eventually he does, yes.
Yeah.
Which gets him in trouble. Yes. So he's talking about he made his own transformer. And he's talking about how you make a transformer. And okay, we'll let him carry on.
I disagree, Tapioca Weasel. I think High Voltage Engineering Corporation, that would be like totally a punk band now. Like a punk band would absolutely name themselves High Voltage Engineering. There's not necessarily a lot of demand for punk bands now. I don't know.
But I mean, is it worse than International Business Machines? No. They're doing fine.
Are they? Are they?
I mean, oh yeah, they're doing quite well, I believe.
Really?
Yeah.
What is IBM? What's IBM doing? I thought they went the way of like BlackBerry.
IBM is Dell and Lenovo, and like they're still very much. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. Fair enough.
I think IBM maybe owns Cray. like Cray Supercomputers as well. I believe is an IBM subsidiary.
Okay. So
They're kind of like General.
So they're
Electric,
now
like,
right.
Yeah.
They're now like that's the backstage name
Yeah.
for a lot of success. Yeah. No, nothing wrong with that. That's a good strategy. Yeah. I got all excited this week, Dave, I'm gonna just say it out loud, and then we're gonna move on. Microsoft is actively working on a version of Windows that is completely on ARM chips, and they're actively working to, in the next 2 years, no longer be on Intel chips. And to me, it's just like fascinating and delicious and the end of a time. And like x86 architecture is going to be gone. They've built the next version of Windows has a built-in x86 emulator so that ARM chips can pretend to be x86 chips. And
Right.
I love hardware emulation built into software. It's a passion of mine, so I'm excited. I know.
Yeah, I mean they'll still be on Intel chips, just not X or still because Intel.
No, but their plan is to be free of Intel architecture in the next 2 years. Much as like Apple freed themselves of both Motorola architecture and then Intel architecture.
Yeah.
Yeah,
like
and
Ryzen stuff use Intel architecture.
I'm sorry?
Does AMD use Intel architecture for like Ryzen's and Threadripper?
Yeah, they do.
So it's running on Intel.
Yeah. That's my understanding, is say they licensed that instruction set. But yeah. Anyway. It's cool to me.
In the simplest transformers, there's the two coils, your primary and your secondary.
Right.
And
Is it like making a giant ball of string or something? In other words, you just keep winding and winding and winding it around?
Yeah. Well, there's like technical things, but simply put, it's like
Are you getting the crackle pop thing
I
going
am,
on?
but only when he's talking. So I don't know if it's on.
Oh, maybe it's in the original. Yeah.
Your primary coil will have like maybe 400 turns, or it depends on how many watts you want to make it to.
Right.
Let's say it's 400 turns in your primary.
I'm gonna just give it a refresh here.
Yeah, it's all about with transformers. It's about the ratios, right? Like you need specific, kind of like a transmission. You have specific ratios of this to this for what you want to step up or step down to. While you're doing that, I'm going to read this super chat from Dr.
Cool.
Tapio Weasel. Should I just go, I tried to hold this comment in, but there actually was a real band named Van de Graaff Generator in the 80s, which is a remarkably poor spelling, even for alternative rock. Val?
Well, we all learned something now.
Van de Graaff.
That's new information for me.
I can't think. I'm trying to think. I can't think of any other music, but that was also 30 years ago. So 40. You're just moving on.
So you is that about what you did?
So the refresh did nothing for the popping. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, the small transformer had to change the 100. I don't know how many turns. I lost count. I never bothered to count the second. About 450 turns in the primary.
So you just kept winding.
Yeah, until I got roughly 20,000 volts.
20,000 volts?
Yeah.
So you went from 110 to 20,000?
Yeah, roughly.
All right. Without, I take it, very much current.
Well, actually quite a bit. About roughly, it was drawing about 3,000 watts. So. Oh. Yeah. So I was let's see. It was probably about tenth of an amp.
Tenth of an amp. All right. Well,
that's considered amount when it's 20,000 volts behind it.
Oh yeah, that'll knock you right on your butt.
Oh yeah.
So then you did this. You built this thing, and you had the.
Sorry, what did you say?
Art's actually corrected. So when Art says not a lot of current is amps. Watts is power. They're different things. Or sorry, like if you up the voltage, you lose current. That's how transformers work. You've got one or the other. Anyway.
Right, you got the ohms, right? You got the amps and the ohms and the
ohms is resistance.
Okay.
The three, so you have, and they are all related. It's amps, watts, and volts are the three. So watts is power, amp is current, volts is voltage, which is essentially like the pressure.
Okay.
Current is kind of volume. Whichever. Changing one changes the other three. It's all kind of a big,
Whoops. This picture
triangle
here
is the classic.
Yeah, this picture here is always the one that I was like, this one.
Yes.
Yeah. Something like it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm gonna give this a try from here. Let me see how this works.
Yeah, until it got roughly 20,000 volts.
20,000 volts?
Yeah.
So you went from 110 to 20,000?
Yeah, roughly.
Roughly. All right. Without, I take it, very much current.
Well, actually quite a bit. About roughly, it was about it was drawing about 3,000 watts. So. Oh. Yeah. So I was let's see. It was probably about tenth of an amp.
Tenth of an amp. All right. Well,
that's a considerable amount when it's 20,000 volts behind it.
Oh yeah, that'd knock you right on your butt.
Oh yeah.
So then you did this. You built this thing, and you had the arc, and you were able to achieve the arc. Is that correct?
Yeah.
All right. So here you have this beautiful arc going, and or was it not quite going the way you wanted it to?
Well, it was like a little bit touch. It was like kind of touchy because it's like the bottom of the metal rods,
right?
Where the spark starts. If they're too close.
Oh, that was not a double. I thought there was a new super chat. Sorry.
Nope.
Carry on.
Together, the spark will stick. But if they're too far apart, it won't arc at all. So and it's like it was like real touchy. If I moved a fraction of a millimeter, the thing stuck, and if I moved it too far apart, it didn't do anything. So what I set out to do was use a laser, use the heat from a laser
to get it started.
Oh, right. This is what it was. So, Dave.
Yeah.
What is he, in your opinion, in your estimation here, what function is the laser playing?
The laser, I suspect, now I might be 100% talking out of my ass here, but I suspect so you have these two metal rods, highly charged.
Yep.
And you want air to go, or sparks to go between them. That's the whole point of a Jacob's ladder, right? So you could use a laser. If you shone a laser basically between them, it will ionize the air slightly.
Oh, okay.
And that will create a channel that the power
I gotcha.
Much like lightning. The first lightning you actually see goes up, and then you get the big one down, and it's it creates a channel that the.
Gotcha. And so that actually a laser stolen from a CD player.
Yeah.
Would actually be sufficient for that purpose.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it seemed to me just humorous on the outset, because I'm now flash forwarding ahead to everyone, if you stick with us, eventually there will be time travel in our time travel show.
His first appearance is a little dry.
Well, to be fair, this guy didn't want to talk to Art. Art hunted him down.
That's true. It's not like he called in asking for this.
This is the opposite of Mel's Hole guy, right? Where Mel's Hole is clearly an attention seeker of some sort.
Yeah.
Whether the story is true or not, he was an attention seeker. Not so much madman.
Nope.
Yeah, get it going by itself.
I see. The heat from a laser. That's interesting. So it would the heat from a laser would attract the spark, sort of?
Well, in a way, the heat from the laser lowers the resistance to the air is what it does.
Right. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So you got this.
Rosina, thank you so much for the super chat. 20k volts isn't that much compared to today's YouTubers with their microwaves.
Microwaves. Yeah.
It's funny.
I bought this beer, Paul, because I like the can. It was the Queen Anne's Revenge.
Ooh, fun.
Like some kind of cool, hard to see lady pirate.
Yes.
You can see it with the eye patch and a sword. Do you know what Queen Anne's Revenge is as a reference to, Paul?
No, I don't actually.
It's too bad Shannon isn't here. She would know it.
Shannon absolutely would. Yep.
That was Blackbeard's boat.
Oh, okay.
It was the Queen Anne's Revenge. Yeah.
Laser by. How'd you get the laser?
Well, I practically made it from scratch. I took a CD laser and redid all the electronics in it, like kind of like reinforcing it, you'd say.
A CD laser. So you tore apart a CD player.
Yeah.
and so then you got the laser. Did it do what you wanted it to do? Start the spark?
Yeah, but it's like had some other effects I didn't expect.
Here we go.
Ooh, maybe here we go. We're getting into, it's trivia time. In the final countdown, a modern U.S. Navy aircraft carrier is transported back in time, Paul, to what date? Is it June 5th, 1944, July 7th, 1947, December 6th, 1941, or December 15th, 1773?
Interesting.
Those are all important dates, nerds.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the final countdown. I don't know what it is.
It's a movie where the U.S. aircraft carrier goes back in time. And,
I vaguely remember that was it. That existed.
Martin
That there was a
in
movie
it.
about
It was
that.
like
But
1981.
yeah,
It was a big movie.
I'm sure I saw it. I just don't. Yeah. Don't remember. People in the chat, you're not getting help from me. Oh, number 3.
December 6th, 1941. The day before December 7th, 1941, the date which will live in infamy, that was the attack on Pearl Harbor by the Japanese fleet. And so this U.S. nuclear aircraft carrier is transported back and then realizes they're in the Pacific the day before.
Oh,
Pearl
okay.
Harbor. And do they stop the attack on Pearl Harbor? If they do, does the U.S. join the war? What happens? All these, or do you just let all these people die, even though it's well within their means? They have modern fighter jets and radar and stuff, right? Could easily stop it. Could just win the war right now.
Wow, that's quite a conundrum. That's almost like a premise for a movie.
Almost like a premise for a movie. Feels like an episode.
All right, we got 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. We're doing double trivia, everybody. Double trivia.
H.G. Wells based his groundbreaking novel, The Time Machine, on this short story he wrote in college. Was it Time After Time, The Chronic Argonauts, Billy and the Clonosaurus, or A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court?
You know what I gotta say, Dave? You've done a bang up job on this trivia. Definitely better than whoever wrote those questions last week.
This one I'm kind of proud of, because even if you don't know the answer, you can figure it out.
Yeah, I like it. It's a bang up time.
Bang up time. Have you got a guess, Paul?
I think 2, but
you are in fact correct.
But I seriously was like that King Arthur's Court one was a great answer.
Which is a Mark Twain story.
Yep. And I like
Time After Time is the movie based on The Time Machine. Yeah.
But it's also a good song, so I enjoy that,
And Billy and the Clonosaurus is just delightful. And
that's right. Okay, well, there's our 2 trivias. Thank you. We got a few down, a few more, many more to go. So if you're not in it, don't worry. We got plenty of time.
We're only halfway done.
Plenty of time to catch up. back to the art.
Well, and therein lies the story. Other effects you didn't expect, like what?
Well, it's like there's like that spark's pretty hot, so you're gonna have like a heat signature like right above it. But
you mean kind of like a hazy glow or something?
Well, kind of like wavy. If you take a lighter and like look right above it, you'll see see the heat from it.
That's right.
You know, it's like real faint. But now I was expecting. I know that it was going to be like probably an extra like a bigger heat signature from the laser, but this one was like strange, like almost right above it. It was like the regular heat signature, but it was like a kind of like it was like almost kind of like circular shaped in the center.
Sort of like a glow.
Not really a glow. It's like if you don't really look at it, you can't see it. It's like normal. No.
Is it like you know when you're out in the desert in the middle of summer and you see the shimmering coming off a road?
Yeah.
Is it like that?
Yeah, but it's like, and normally those are just wavy lines straight up and down, kind of.
Right.
But this one had the straight up and down ones. They were like kind of like it's like kind of like circular shaped in the center.
Huh.
And that was like it's like I didn't know at first I didn't know what it was. I'm not
I feel like he was about
certain. Now it's what.
What's that?
I feel like he was about to go. I didn't know what it was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can't get my autofocus to work.
Oh dear.
I don't normally have autofocus on. I forgot that it was on. Oh well, no one needs to see what I look like. They know in general.
They know. Yep. Just kind of close your eyes and picture Chris Hemsworth, and that's basically it. Just you know, put him in a black t-shirt and
yeah, and maybe some glasses. Yep. Yeah. That's I'm constantly being bothered in the street and in the grocery store.
Mr. Hemsworth, can I get an autograph?
Yeah, that's right. Rosina Keller writes, side effects of lasers are fire and blindness.
I mean, yeah.
Or improved vision.
Yeah.
I'm led to understand that some people get improved vision with the lasers.
And also, side effects may include pew and pew-pew.
Pew-pew.
Consult your local spaceman.
That's right. So first of all, in my time zone, happy May the 4th be with you day.
Mm-hmm. It's not called it's just Star Wars Day, but
it's just Star Wars Day, yeah. Did you see the Tuvok Explains Star Wars Day video that's going around? I should have said it to you. It is delicious.
What's this?
It is delicious. Maybe we'll even play it on here. Who knows? But what reminded me was at one point he describes, so then the girl character, he's describing Star Wars. He knows people's names except not Leia's. It's just
the girl character.
It's pretty good. All right, the Ronin writes, Jupiter Boy checking in. Howdy, everyone.
Hashtag Jupiter Boys. Hashtag. Paul, we need a Jupiter. Whatever the thing you put in your things.
A graphic of sorts?
That's the one. I've literally never asked you for anything in my entire life. But I'm asking.
This would be the very first thing you've ever asked.
The very first time I've ever asked you for anything in the almost 30 years of our friendship.
Like that's what I'm working on now, trying to.
Wait a minute. You're back at this again?
I think it's more. I think we've been friends for more than 30 years now, or at least known each other for more than 30 years.
It's around that.
Because I graduated in 96.
Yeah.
So I would have been about 90 that we met.
Yeah. So 35-ish.
Gee. Don't think about that too hard.
Back at this again, are you?
Yeah, I'm just like picking up where I left off, but this time I'm like not doing anything illegal.
Now, when I we'll get to that. When I called you earlier today, you said, "Gee, it's well you caught me or something. I just got out of jail." You
well, I got out of jail I got out of jail March 30th.
March 30th. Well, that's
Okay, so it is this first one. He went to jail. All right.
Yeah.
pretty much just out of jail.
Yeah.
And you're able to do this program tonight because you are more or less not employed.
Yeah, I got all kinds of free time right now.
Were you employed, Michael, at back when you got in trouble?
When I was arrested, yeah, I was.
So
in fact, I was like supposed to go to work the next day.
So in other words, this cost you your job.
In a way, because there's like other things branching off this, but my boss thought I contaminated his plant with PCBs, but that's another story.
What? I guess from the Transformers, huh?
Yeah, because one of the Transformers that...
Well, wait a minute. We're getting ahead of ourselves here.
Yeah.
All right, let's go back. We're with your first...
He seems like a responsible fellow, Dave. I don't know.
Yeah, this guy seems like he really clearly thinks through the consequences of all of his actions.
What? Now I missed it.
What
Did
I
he
read
say-
on the internet, he was in jail for 90 days. And
Oh,
then
okay.
was basically released for...
Did it mention, or did he mention what his day job had been prior to the incident?
I don't know. I have not. I've never heard it. Maybe he'll mention here, or if he did, I don't remember. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Small contraption. That's all I can think of to call it. And you told me something about throwing a bolt or a screw or something.
Yeah, sheet metal screw.
Here we go.
See, I didn't know what this thing was, and it was like, I don't know, I just got the notion to throw a screw in it to see like what it did. Because I never saw anything like that before. And I was like, kind of like testing it.
Yeah, a screw, I guess, would be as good as anything else.
Yeah.
I might do that, too. All right, so you threw a screw into the...
circular thing.
Circular area.
Yeah, it's like I've talked to a couple physicists. They call it a vortex.
I threw into the circular area once, Paul. Ironically, I also ended up going to jail.
Good
I can't talk about that. There's an NDA.
There's a gag order. Yeah, there's yeah. Was it the National Enquirer who paid you?
Nobody paid me anything. Yeah. No, this
right.
This wasn't.
This was all on your own volition. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Were you aware, Paul, that there
Yes,
is a
Dave?
video game, a quite popular video game on Steam
This doesn't
called
seem
I
correct.
Love You, Colonel Sanders, which is, in fact, a Colonel Sanders dating sim where you are trying to woo Colonel Sanders.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was unaware of this. Now
Now
my life has meaning.
Now you have no idea what you're missing. Yeah.
I thought I had plans for tomorrow, but I guess they're canceled.
Yep. I will
Rosina writes, now imagining Paul and David as forbidden high school sweethearts. More fuel for my boys' love fire.
Well,
here's the important thing. There's an age gap, so make sure that we're at least waiting until Dave is of a proper age.
it would have been quite awkward at that time. Yeah. I just sent you something that's going to brighten your day.
All right, you threw it into what we'll call the vortex.
Yeah.
Paul, that's
All
Dave
right.
Slapfic. If you
don't be shipping us. I don't want
you
to
head
be
over
shipped.
to the Toast to Toast After Dark subreddit, there's some I think some fairly well written,
Makes you think. Makes
yeah.
you think. Yeah.
What happened to the screw?
Well, I had this thing setting on a table, right?
Yeah.
And I threw it in there, and I didn't see it after that.
It disappeared?
Yeah, for roughly. I did it 3 times. It's like my laser burned up, so I knew it'd do that. I just didn't think it'd do it so quick. But
so it probably provided such a high SWR, it's called, standing wave ratio to the laser, that it burned it up?
Yeah, because I knew it. It's like pushing that farther than it was designed for is what it was.
Mm-hmm. But you're telling me this thing disappeared?
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to figure out right now. It did 1 or 2 things. It went half a second into the future, and then I caught up with it, or I made like a real intense magnetic field. And that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
All right, this is fascinating, Michael. It really is, because there are aspects of what you have done that are very much like, I've interviewed the people who did the Philadelphia experiment, Michael.
Yeah, that's what the Montauk Project is.
Yeah, and you're messing with the same sort of stuff. You're messing with the same sort of stuff. Oh, well, anyway, all right, so continue with the story. You got this, it disappeared, you blew up your laser, and then you sat there thinking, wow, I did something different here.
Yeah, it's like it freaked me out. It's like at first I thought I was seeing things, but...
So what'd you do, go away and think about it for a day or 2 or a week, or when did you finally get this brilliant light bulb of an idea to build a larger unit?
Well, it's like a half a second is not very much, but I figure if I make a bigger one, it'd send it farther. That way I could really tell if it's really if I was sending it through time, or if I was just sending it through an intense magnetic field.
Well,
It's finest. I figure if I build a bigger one.
That's right. Well,
probably.
So, I mean, to recap, if I'm following along, so he tossed 3 screws in to the Jacob's ladder.
Yep.
And each
to
time
above the Jacob ladder. To this Ripley circular distortion that you saw.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yes. Yeah. And he tossed it in.
Yeah.
And for half a second he couldn't see it anymore.
Yeah.
And so therefore his hypothesis is, well, these screws are traveling in time.
Right. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, so I didn't miss anything. That's what's happening.
Oh, Melly, it's not forbidden, Rosina.
Melly writes, I was looking directly at the laser and I didn't see anything after that. Exactly.
Yes.
That is so unexpected. It's worth noting, and absolutely. And Jester, Lord of Fools, writes, to help fund the Colonel Sanders dating tips stream on Paul G5. Well, I'm also unsupervised tomorrow, so tune in.
Yeah. I would love to do a live play video game stream with Paul at some point. Just either watching Paul play a video game or B, just talking to him while he played. Although we would probably play like Civ 4 or Civ 2 or something like that.
Yes, that was my last game I was quite addicted to. Or it could be Lego Star Wars Saga. I would happily do that.
Right. Oh, so, but what I mean is,
or old school Battlefront.
We should play Pony Island. Or I know you don't know, and don't look it up or look into it.
Okay.
It's totally it's not. It would be appropriate. You could do it on stream, and the whole game is like 2 or 3 hours to play, from start to end.
Well, that's not bad.
It's like $2 on Steam or something like that. That would be, but just knowing the game and knowing you, that would actually be a fun. That would be a fun one to do.
Okay. All right.
At some point, if we ever do one, that's gonna be my vote. We play Pony Island.
Mark Fernkov reminds me that I can't be too irresponsible because yes, I am on a charity stream tomorrow.
Yeah, aren't you supposed to be?
Yeah, this is correct. I forgot. Yeah. So yes,
4 p.m. Central Time, I believe.
4 p.m. Central. I am on the Recovering from Religion live stream, raising money for Recovering from Religion, which is an excellent excellent organization with Forrest Valkai, and I
That's
do
all
not
well and
expect.
good.
The nice thing is, I won't
Still
have to
walk
say
the
many
event.
words
There you go, because you
Yep.
got Matt and Forrest
because
there.
Forrest
You can just go.
will got it covered. So, but I do have to look. You know, nice is the wrong word. I don't know if I can achieve that level, but presentable. Presentable is that sure.
Put on your freshly ironed black shirt.
Hmm.
We'll be set.
Yeah, it won't be this black shirt. If you see me in this black shirt tomorrow, you call me
Yeah.
out.
Then you'll
Yeah.
know Paul's half-assing it.
That's right.
Yeah.
How
Probably got
long did
drunk.
you think about whether you wanted to build a? Did it occur to you right away when you blew up your little one? I'm going to build a bigger one.
Well, first,
We're gonna need a bigger time machine, Dave.
Yep. This one blew up.
I was like, after that thing burned out, after all the smoke cleared.
Smoke.
Yeah.
In other words, there was sort of a reaction to the screw.
Well, no, where the laser.
No. No, not this.
Yeah, Arch, there was quite a reaction to the screw. This wasn't what I was expecting, though. So I thought I'd get a better reaction to the screw, but
Yeah.
no.
There's a lot of smoke.
Just a lot of silence. I thought
That's
there'd
my
be
experience,
there'd be more of a reaction.
More reaction. Is that it? Yeah, I guess that's it.
It's like half a second.
Well,
It's a lot to do
luckily,
about nothing.
we got a 20,000 volt transformer here, so we can power damn near anything you need.
Oh.
Hey, Paul. Do you know what time it is?
Well, it's time for the super chat, and then we'll do trivia.
Time for the super chat.
Rosina writes, "Play hateful. How do I say that? Hatoful boyfriend.
I believe it's
A School of Hope and White Wings. Is that sounds like some kind of anime thing?
It's going to be one of the many animated boy dating sim games on Steam.
Is that a waifu? Is that a word? Waifu is a word, right?
Waifu is a word. It is. I do not think a waifu has anything to do with that.
Okay, fair enough. Well, let's get to the trivias. Oh, that's not the trivia.
That's more. I love you, Colonel Sanders.
I should have hit the start button. We have 20 seconds to riff.
I'll tell you what they're not going to bring up on the line tomorrow. I love you, Colonel Sanders.
A
chicken dating sim.
I mean, maybe the hour that Jimmy's hosting.
Oh, maybe.
But
I do guarantee that if you bring it up, there will be people who know what you're talking about and respond to it.
Okay, all right.
In Time Cop, what is the name of the agency that stops people from traveling through time and altering the past? Is it the Time Variance Authority, the Time Enforcement Commission, the Temporal Preservation Department, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Time, and Firearms? I feel like Paul's stumped on this one.
It's definitely not number one.
Be cool if it was, though.
It would be cool if it was. Make it all canon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Although I think that was a Universal film and not a
MCU. Yep. No guess.
I think it's 2 or 3. I don't know.
Oh, if 2 or 3 was an answer, you could have picked it, but it's not.
Okay,
so
well,
it was 2.
This is why I'm not doing so well.
I thought the Bureau of Alcohol, Time, and Firearms was
that was pretty funny. I like that one. No one picked it.
But it is the kind of thing I would expect to see in like a 90s cheesy.
Yeah, for sure. I did give it a good think. I'm like, but I don't think Time Cop was that self-aware.
No.
Time Cop was still in earnest. Like it was very.
Yeah, it wasn't like a Paul Verhoeven.
No.
Making fun of itself. Well,
no.
I heard they're remaking The Running Man, but like in a serious way, based on the novel, not on.
I did hear that too, and who was the star going to be? I forget who. Anyway, I heard a rumor of a.
No, the Oilers pop up is for Paul, who's just smug as hell what his team's doing in hockey. Hey, in the movie Primer, why do time travelers require oxygen tanks? Is it because the time machine is completely flooded with argon? Is it because the machine drops travelers at random locations and most of the Earth is water? Is it because the air in the machine is frozen in time and cannot circulate properly? Or is it because the air in the machine is charged with electricity, making it harmful to breathe? I know this is a movie Paul loves.
I do love Primer.
Mm-hmm.
If you haven't seen Primer, you should. I'm sure it's on the streaming service somewhere.
Yeah. You just hunt it down and watch Primer because it's freaking amazing.
What's the other one that came out in that same year that I like? The one with where they're taking pictures every 24 hours.
But it was because it's flooded with argon.
Oh yes, sorry. I was started moving on.
Yeah. We'll let that timer run down, and you can pause it.
Well, yeah, but we can move back to. I can move back to art while we're doing that. I'll give her a watch.
Mm-hmm.
When I say the laser burned up, it literally caught fire. The electronics
Caught fire.
Yeah.
Oh, that's bad. Well, all right. So your equipment was smoldering.
Yeah. And it's like I was thinking about just like rebuilding the laser, because the basic part of the laser's fine, but the part of the electronics, like, they were like totally ruined. And I was thinking,
Just rebuild the electronics and try it again.
yeah, that's what I was thinking about doing. But I figured because basically I almost have to start from scratch except building the transformer.
Mm-hmm.
But so I figured I'd make just a bigger version of what I did.
Oh, we missed
wanting a big transformer.
We missed a super chat
from Jester Lord of Fools. Jestray.
Oh, look at that. Go ahead.
It was the TVA in the original timeline. Would you say it was the sacred? Oh, Brain Cramp already made that joke. Wow.
So you've seen the trailers for Deadpool 3, I'm assuming, for the Deadpool and Wolverine.
Yeah.
You also, as far as I recall, you watched season 2 of Loki.
I did. Enjoyed it very much.
So now the director of Deadpool 3 is now loudly insisting there's no homework required for Wolverine and Deadpool, but you do not need to have seen even the other Deadpool movies to enjoy this one.
Right.
That said, do you suspect, based on what we've seen so far,
yeah,
that we are in a TVA that is prior to and prior is a weird word to use for the TVA because they're outside of time, but that is prior to the events of Loki season 2? Or do you where they're actively pruning timelines? Or do you think it's after the events of season 2 of Loki where every timeline is given an equal chance to live?
I think post.
Do you think post?
Yeah.
Okay.
If for no I don't think they're going to want to go backwards in continuity or have even in like a something that's like not a super serious part.
Mm-hmm.
Or we might never know and they just don't explain it. And
they probably don't. They probably it's
like we don't need to spend 20 minutes of movie time explaining what the TVA is and what they do.
But it's just that it seems like from the trailers and what I imagine the storyline is like that timelines are getting pruned.
Yeah. So you might be right. I just kind of assumed it would be after because I'm like they're not going to go back in continuity, but I could.
Right, because it seems like the Fox timelines are getting pruned.
That does make sense, actually. When you yes, I think you're probably right.
But like you, it feels weird for them to go backwards. So, anyway,
I guess we'll see. in
guess
what,
we'll see.
2 weeks, 3 weeks, something like that. It comes out.
July something.
Oh, I thought it was the end of May. It's not till
It's
July.
not.
Okay,
It's July something.
so we got a
They had to bump it up. They're actually actively doing reshoots right as we speak.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
Yep. They're a bit behind because, of course, the strikes that were happening. So anyway, Melody Kate writes, "Are y'all seeing the Art Bell Ghost in the Machine, or am I drinking too much?" The latter.
I don't know what you're talking about.
So well, first of all, too much. That doesn't even seem like, that's.
Yeah.
Are you drinking to the extent where it's fun? That's what's.
Did you look in your video screen? I believe they're called monitors. and say Art Bell's name 3 times, because I mean, that's asking for it.
That's I think that's the plot of Beetlejuice, but
The plot of what?
Beetlejuice?
Which, like the star?
That's right. Uh-oh. Didn't start the timer. Off we go.
Uh-oh.
You needed a lot of voltage
I
to
heard
do this, right?
That too.
There is, that they're actively working on. Because no one has ideas. Everyone wants nostalgia.
Yeah.
I heard there's a new movie being filmed that is not based on nostalgia.
In this country?
2000.
No, not in this country.
Oh, yeah, okay, that makes sense then.
That makes sense. Country, no.
Volts of art, but
okay, no, we're not going to get off.
It's like 2,000 volts. That's like very touchy.
And 10,000 or 20,000 volts really arcs.
Yeah. Well, it's the wattage to make it arc. A welder will arc, and it's only like 10 volts because there's so much amperage behind it. But
that's right. Mm-hmm.
But you have to like get it real close. It's like and it's at 2,000 volts. It has to be within like half the bottom. The space between the rods at the bottom has to be like half a millimeter apart for an arc.
How far apart were your 2 rods on the first small machine you built?
About 2 inches.
2 inches. Oh, that's pretty good space.
Yeah.
So then it dawns on you.
It depends what you're talking about.
Let's build a big one.
I think that's a perfectly acceptable length, space, time. Fuck.
So now, I didn't ask you about this earlier, but in order to get enough voltage and current, you needed a big transformer. Now, it's true the power company has big transformers.
Yeah.
Really nice ones.
Yeah.
And how did it dawn on you to, what's the word we should use, borrow one of the, or several of the power company's transformers?
How did I get the idea for it?
Yeah, I mean, you knew you needed a transformer. How did it occur to you?
Well, originally what I was going to do is I was originally going to like buy them. Like there's like a transformer company in Kansas City that makes them for the power company, and
well, there was an idea.
Yeah, but it's like I could have like saved my money and bought those, but those are expensive.
How much is a transformer? Just out of curiosity.
Well, I'll give you an idea. When I buy them from the factory, I buy them at wholesale. But the St. Joseph Light and Power, the power company I stole them from, they value the 6 transformers I took. They value them at $13,600 some dollars.
Oh my! So that's not shoplifting.
Although that's also $19.90.
I was gonna say that's $95. So
even then, that's still less than I would have guessed for 6 transformers. I guess it depends how big the transformers are.
So about 2,000 to transformers for 20,000 kilowatt.
Well, we don't know how big.
Oh, I thought that's what he said, but maybe
maybe he did. I can't remember.
All right, Michael, hold on a moment. We've got a little business to do here, and we'll get right back to you. Back now to Michael. Michael, are you there?
Yeah.
They don't call you Madman Markham, do they?
I haven't been called that yet.
I just made that up, Michael. Don't let it bother you.
Oh, the origin of the nickname.
Yeah.
It's like in the movie where they say the name of the movie.
Yeah, that's the name of the movie.
You know that movie where there's that building is being taken over and Bruce Diehard is running around?
I do. Yeah. That's it's one of my favorites.
Yeah.
All right, so here we are, wanting now to build our big. At this point, what were you calling?
In that building, and you were fighting all the terrorists, and there was like glass all over the floor. You had to like walk on it. And your feet got all cut up. That was awesome.
Remember that?
Remember that?
SJL for $5. Thank you so much. Writes, fuzzy slippers on a rug generates a pretty good arc. I have yet to go back in time. But did you go back and try and reproduce the arc? That probably did.
Or did you yourself transport a half second forward in time?
It's true.
And didn't even realize it.
That is the problem with this micro time travel that they're talking about.
You know, it's like, would you even notice? Would you even notice?
You would need precise instruments.
Yeah.
But imagine if an Olympian, Dave, just imagine, like, so you're an Olympic sprinter.
Right.
If you could, would that help you or hurt you? I guess might hurt you. If you stay in the same spot, it would hurt you.
If you could jump a half second forward and
yeah,
that you would lose a half second in the race.
You'd lose half a second, so that wouldn't help.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you could go back in time a half second, but still be in the same spot.
Right.
But that's not how.
That's we don't know actually. So we don't know if the screws that he's hucking in are going backwards or forwards. We don't know yet.
It's true. For all we know, these could be other screws from other
dimensions.
dimensions.
Although theoretically it's going forward, because if it was backwards, then he'd be seeing two screws briefly.
Yeah. If it disappears from sight for a brief half second and then reappears, that's yeah.
I don't know that there's a lot of practical application for going forward in time half a second.
I mean, someone will probably think of a weapon you can make out of it.
I mean, theoretically, okay, so let's assume that you're not locked in space then. Like, so if your XYZ coordinates are not locked.
Right.
Or even half a second, the Earth has probably moved enough that you're just like screwed. You're probably outside the atmosphere.
So that, like, I mean, that's always the
right
thing with time travel is like, what is it relative to or thing? Like, if it's an absolute position, like the speed of the Earth between the rotate or any point on the Earth's surface between the rotation of the Earth, the orbit of the Earth around the sun around the Milky Way's relative motion within the local galactic super cluster, all these things, you're like, yeah, no, it's like a significant percentage of the speed of light. Anything in the universe, how fast it's moving compared to just like any fixed point in space and time. So, time travel anything that includes time travel has to be some kind of like, well, you're locked.
You're locked to the relative to the Earth
relative to this thing, whatever. I don't know. Don't worry about it. You want to watch?
Don't think about that.
Yeah.
Which is similar to the superpower that I would most enjoy having. It was like there used to be characters and movies about like freezing time. Freezing time to me,
right?
In my own sick brain, I'm like,
there was that.
Imagine if I could freeze time and then like get 10 hours of work done.
Remember this little girl whose like dad was an alien?
Yeah, that's right.
Freeze time.
Yeah,
Little Wonder, was that was called something?
Small Wonder, yeah.
Or was that the Small Wonder? What, the girl who was a robot?
Oh no, Small Wonder is the girl who's a robot. I'm sorry.
I can't remember. But anyway, was that one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do need to learn more about reference frame. Yes, she could like touch her nose or whatever and freeze time and
so freezing time to me, would seem to be like this amazing power if I could do that. But like all the physics, it would like have to grind to a halt somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is the air still frozen? What are you breathing?
That's exactly. Yeah. Like molecules or like are atoms still circling? Yeah, we don't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you could. You got the just the air in your blood. Presumably you're not, so it's fine. Like you could go for a bit, right? Hold your breath.
Right,
But,
yeah.
but then even moving, like, is the air frozen? Are you essentially locked? There's a lot that has to be explained.
Because in my mind, yeah, like, this is a good
Yeah.
power to have. Also, I've thought about this because of course I have. Where it's literally like, well, if I don't have internet access, is it really worth it? Like, I would want to be able to like do some work. Even if I
So
didn't
to
have
me,
internet access, I would want my computer to work.
but here's the thing, Paul.
Yeah,
You would never lose another minute of your life sleeping. You could work 24 hours a day,
I
essentially, and
know.
then just
I've thought
freeze
about that.
time for the 2 hours you sleep, you vampire,
Yeah.
and then just kind of.
This. Well, that is. I guess that would be the strategy then. I would just freeze time for naps,
Mhm.
not for. So I wouldn't freeze time for working.
Yeah,
Because that
you
was the
can-
other part of me was like literally like, what if I froze time, got like a year's worth of work done, and came out like, ta-da! Look, I wrote a book or whatever. Like it's
Well,
like,
you can
hey,
still
like,
do that. You can still do that in theory, even
Mm.
if you're like writing it in a notebook with a pen and paper, right?
I
Like,
suppose. Yeah, like that's. But I have yes, exactly. I would need to do that because theoretically, I can't have a transactional relationship with a server that is
we're
frozen in
spending way
time.
too much time talking about this.
All right, off we go.
By the way, obviously.
Oh no, wait, we have to super chat.
I always wished I could teleport, like Nightcrawler.
That's pretty good. That the similar
because I'm
problems.
lazy.
But similar, but even in the time it takes to teleport, you have to accommodate for like Earth rotation and stuff.
But in my head, so but if teleportation is truly instantaneous, then you can,
Sure, sure, we
you
can
know,
give that
that'll-
conceit. Sure, yeah.
yeah.
Brain Cramp writes, I think he needs to jump into the Jacob's ladder at 88 miles per hour. There you go.
I mean, that is scientifically the time traveling speed.
Indeed.
Everybody knows that.
It was no little entertainment thing anymore.
We've got another super chat, Paul. From Jester.
Jester? There we go.
Yeah.
When we factor in the expansion of the universe, does absolute position exist?
See, you're absolutely. It gets fuzzy.
Yeah. No, I mean, theoretically, then we would need to find the center of the universe.
It's an abstract. You don't even need a center. You just it becomes a theoretical, mathematical, absolute point, not moving. But yes, you're not wrong.
No, you're right. You're right. There would need to be an arbitrary. There would need to be an arbitrary position.
Yeah.
It wouldn't need to be the center. It absolutely could be something in the edge. You're right.
It is a true astrophysics thing. Like everything is measured in terms of relative distance to something else.
Why is Vishanti yelling reference frames at us? So reference frames, in my world, reference frames are in video compression. What they do is they do deltas. So it'd be like this frame, and then it's like, well, what's changed? But every once in a while, they do a full new fresh frame. And that's called the reference frame in video compression time. Is that what? I don't know.
I know
is that what
reference
she's talking
frames
about?
in terms of animation, which is much the same thing.
Yeah.
Then it says reference frames. You wouldn't need to over account for Earth rotation when teleporting for the same reason you don't fly off the planet when in a helicopter. I don't feel like those are the same things because one of them involves a helicopter, which is bound by gravity and
that's right.
physically moved there. I don't see how that applies to teleportation at all, which is some kind of depends, I guess depends how teleportation works and what teleportation you're talking about. But we were talking more specific in terms of time travel, which is if you travel to if you time travel even half a second, really you would be breathing space. You'd be
right.
The Earth will have moved so far that
Look, Dave, we were talking about out of this world. So says the chat.
Well, there you go.
I don't recognize this, but okay. Because Rosina writes out of this world, starring Maureen Flanagan.
Maureen Flanagan?
Was that the pausing the universe one?
With teleporting experience, I should. You're right, Mark. I should. See, I don't think that's the show. Maybe it was Out of This World. I'm trying to click on the links on the video as if somehow that's going
Well,
to.
that's
Yeah.
fair.
Let me see if I can find.
All right. Well, I'm going to start the trivia clock or start the trivia going.
Oh no, it is absolutely. Oh,
while you're doing this, we got
87. Yeah, that's it. That's the one. Out of this world. She's right. You touch your fingers together. That totally is the show I was thinking of. Absolutely, 100%.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, we'll talk more about that when we're done the trivia. But the quick questions up, Dave.
How are loopers paid by their employers in the future for contract killings? Are they paid in uncut gems, silver bars, gold pressed latinum, or a cryptocurrency known as time bucks?
Silver bars, silver bars. It's time to kill me in the future.
Mm-hmm.
I like that in the new. I don't know if you're watching Discovery, and I don't know why anyone would. They're constantly using gold press latinum now in the new series. And I
Yes.
love it. It's great. Here we go. How'd everyone do?
Frankie loves
Silver
them.
bars, which is
Silver
also how you
bars.
get paid on Traders, the TV show Traders outside of North America. They pay you in. It's a game show where they pay in gold bar or silver bars for some reason. I don't know.
Well, there you go. It's also how the British Empire bought opium.
Oh,
Or no, bought tea from China. That's what it was. They sold opium.
all right. So note to self: get silver bars
Yeah,
because I like tea.
because I like tea. Yeah.
I do like tea. I have tea almost every day. 15, 14, 13. We're the only thing on YouTube right now.
Only thing, and it's dead silent. How many time traveling robots, Paul, do we see in the movies of the Terminator franchise?
Okay.
How many actual time traveling robots do we see? Not how many are there in whatever novels and shit. How many do we see time travel in the Terminator franchise? Is it 6, 28, 17, or 11? I should point out this is only the movies. I don't want to hear anything about
not the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Okay, I was gonna ask. Okay,
bullshit comic book or other thing. Don't come at me. Just the 6 main movies. 6 Terminator movies, Paul. At least one of them has 0. Just throwing that out there.
I feel like it's got to be. Yeah, I feel like it. I don't feel like there's ever multiple time traveling ones. Well, no, that's not true. Yeah. That's not true at all.
One movie has at least 4.
Because Terminator 2, yeah, because
Terminator 2 has 2.
Two.
That's the famous one, right?
So I guess 4. Let's go with number 4. I don't know.
Well, Paul, you're correct. I'm pretty sure. I think that's right. I think it was 11.
You went through and counted all the.
I did. I actually read. I went through the plot, like every single movie, like specifically. Is like, okay, there's this one. There's this one. Yeah, I did actually.
That is going above and beyond for the trivia, my friend. Well done.
That's not something you can just fucking Google. I'm gonna tell you right now. That's how much I care about all the people.
All right. So as you were asking about the you're talking about the teleportation, and that's your power of choice.
That's my power of choice.
The Hayden Christensen blockbuster Leaper, Samuel L. Jackson. I assume you saw that one and studied it and memorized it.
Yes, absolutely. Every go. Yes, Genesis was 0. Yes, that is correct. Because Genesis takes place entirely in the future with this kind of stuff. There is no time traveling in Genesis at all.
Did you see Leaper?
I did see
Yeah.
Leaper. Yeah.
So the conceit in that one is that Hayden Christensen's character, amongst other characters,
Yeah.
Any place they can visualize, they can jump to.
Yeah.
Is that the kind of teleport? And that was like some kind of natural ability then.
Yes.
Is that what you're imagining that you would want versus like a machine based, like where it's a
Yeah. I want like a classic
or
superpower,
a night crawler, I guess.
Yeah. If I'm going through a Stargate, that's not a superpower. That's just a Stargate.
That's just equipment. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Are you caught up on the X-Men 97?
No, I'm 0 episodes in.
Oh, okay, gotcha. This last one had a bunch of Nightcrawler in it, which is pretty good. So.
Does he have a German accent in it?
Oh yes.
Oh, good. Yeah.
Well, like I said, I'm not sure what this thing was. It was either a intense magnetic field or some sort of time machine.
Well, actually, it would have been a combination of electrical and a magnetic field, I guess.
Yeah.
So anyway, plans got big. You decided you wanted to build a great big one. So according to the story, you had 2 big poles on your porch. Is that correct?
Yeah, 3/8 inch metal rods.
Really?
I am embarrassed.
Yes. Okay, that's
absolutely
right, yes.
Jumper, not Leaper. Jumper.
In my head, I'm like, I don't think this is Leaper, but I can't remember what it was. Yes.
No, absolutely, it was Jumper. Jumper was Sam Jackson, Hayden Christensen,
and the Paladins, right? The Paladins are the people who are after the.
I think that's
Jumper,
right. Yeah.
With their special ore that stops them from.
Yeah. I will admit I did think about that one quite a bit as to whether that was a superior superpower to the pausing time. It was pretty good.
Remember how good Heroes was in the first season and then how bad it immediately got? Speaking of pausing time. Anyways.
I do feel like
that show just went off a cliff.
Yeah, like I do feel like if there was to be if someone was to do an analysis of the difference in quality between the first season and the last season of any given show.
Yeah.
Like on a ratio basis, that's gotta be the winner.
But I mean, it's not even the first and the last. Like it's the first to second, and you're just like, what?
Definitely first to second. Like, yes, yeah. Right. I mean, that's like almost on a Highlander. Like I would say that Highlander, the movie from first to second, is a greater jump, but second only to Heroes Season 1 to Heroes Season 2.
Yeah, but then they just kept going.
Thank you, Rosina, for that. We appreciate being corrected because we prefer to be correct.
Absolutely.
Big.
You mean how long?
Yeah.
Roughly 4 feet.
Oh, that would have made a big spark.
Yep.
Big spark. And so you had the rods, and you needed the transformers desperately.
Yeah.
You probably could have saved up for it, but you didn't. You made a mistake.
Yeah.
And
in a hurry.
So what did you do? Did you sneak into their yard?
Oh, you mean the...
In other words, how'd you get the transformers? You didn't heist them off a pole, of course.
Oh, heck no. They were noticed immediately. They were gone then. But these were just sitting by a substation in King City.
Just sitting there.
They were just sitting. Yeah, just sitting. They've been sitting there ever since I moved to Missouri. So
you hated to see them languishing without use.
Yeah. Well, they were just sitting there rusting, and heck, they don't even use them. Heck, in fact, right now they just got them put away for safekeeping. They say so.
Probably historical record.
Yeah, now.
So anyway, what did you do? Take a pickup truck? Those things are heavy, aren't they?
Yeah. The biggest one I had weighed 350 pounds.
Ooh. Well, then you must have had an accomplice.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Couple of them?
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't talked to them. One that. Their court date was the same as mine, and they didn't look too happy with me. So.
I'm sure they weren't. No. So anyway, somehow you talked them into helping you out in this venture.
Yeah.
And you snuck down there, no doubt, late at night.
Well, it was right in broad daylight.
Broad daylight.
Yeah, roughly 11 o'clock in the morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And so in broad day.
Well, that seems like a mistake in retrospect.
I mean, it's the old. Everyone assumes you're supposed to be there.
It's
I
not
guess.
wrong. Like if I saw 3 guys in a pickup truck, pull over, like let's say I'm in Alberta or Saskatchewan.
Yep.
And there's a power station, and there's guys pull up in a pickup truck, and they're putting transformers in their truck. I'm absolutely not going to blink at that.
Yeah.
That's just
You're not going to be like, I should probably call the police.
I'm
this.
not. Yeah, I'm not going to call
the
that
power
out.
company.
And also, I cannot imagine that the power company has like got surveillance cameras. They're not investing in.
Well, that this was 1995, Paul.
They're rusty transformers.
Camera technology didn't exist like it did now.
Exactly.
Who would have had to come and take the videotapes out of the cameras every day? It's
I am enjoying. So one thing I will sometimes let myself relax or /calm to is, for some reason I enjoy videos of idiots being interrogated by police.
Mm-hmm.
One thing that people, apparently criminals, have not caught on to is that surveillance footage is now uploaded to the cloud.
Yes.
And that if you just grab the camera and take it with you,
yeah,
you've done literally nothing. In fact, it might continue recording.
Yeah, there's a decent chance we'll record for several hours yet.
Yeah. Sometimes people aren't smart, and that makes me feel smarter when people are dumb.
And to be fair,
it's
been like that's really never been a case that you could just grab the camera.
That's true. Yeah, the camera itself has never held the footage.
It was just wired to something somewhere else.
Indeed. All right. Well, we have
now people should much more understand the fact that about the cloud and things, and it's like, that's not being stored on that camera. There's not like an SD card on it.
But at the same time, so few movies are using the cloud. So, for example, like there's always I've got the thumb drive, and the thumb drive is the MacGuffin for the whole film.
Yeah.
And I was like, well, why have you not like put that on? Copy that to your Google Drive, and then like, oh, here, take the thumb drive. You're good. Like it's like cloud-based, or hey, I'm recording you, and it's streaming to Facebook or to YouTube, like something.
I don't remember how many years ago this was. It must have been at your parents' house. I can't remember the details. You and I were like playing a board game at a table or something, and your sister walked into the room and she goes, Paul, do I need to be on the cloud? You and I look at each other. You said there's like, what does that mean to you? It's like, I don't know, but everybody says I should be on the cloud. You're like, you have an iPhone. Don't worry about it. You're fine. Yeah.
Did you hear that she's officially, as of a few days ago, as retired?
I did not. I don't spend much time on the Facebooks.
Yeah. Well, I don't think she announced it there, but yes, they sold it all. Sold it all, and are just like out. So, congratulations to my sister, who is no longer on the cloud.
No longer on the cloud or the clock.
Yep. SJL, based on the Jumper series by Stephen Gould, better than the movie. I think I vaguely recall that.
Yeah.
They make a lot of movies based on comics.
I think those were young adult novels.
Oh, okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong in chat.
All right, well that makes more sense.
Somebody said something about The Fifth Element. What's bad about The Fifth Element? Scotty Orange? Who's going? Something? I don't know, but The Fifth Element's one of my favorite movies of all time.
That's true.
Daylight, you took the transformers, loaded them up in a pickup truck, I guess?
Yeah.
And hauled them to your house?
Yep.
I see, and you had how many of them?
6.
Why 6, Michael?
Well,
I mean, why did you feel you needed 6?
Well, originally I just want to take a couple of them, but it's like
in his defense, like if you're stealing a transformer, grab 6. Like why would you grab 2?
Right.
It's not.
I mean, he said they're 350 pounds.
Yeah. They're big,
So at
but
some
if
point
you're-
you have truck capacity.
Yeah. But if you can slap them in there.
It's true. Like, we're already here.
I'm going to tell you a secret about crime, Paul. Like,
What's that?
the penalty for stealing $5,000 and $50,000 worth of stuff, it's the same. So just, you might as well go nuts.
That's what I learned from the movie Heat.
Yeah, just don't stab anybody.
As soon as you've killed one, you might as well kill all of them because it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's. I mean, like, it's kind of.
Yep.
Especially in Canada, less so.
Yeah,
in the
like
States.
don't leave a witness because you're not. No one's. Hey, you only killed one.
Yeah. Yep. For people who aren't aware, Canada, we're really big here into concurrent sentencing. So, like, if you kill 10 people, you will be sentenced. It's like, okay, well, you have to serve 10 sentences, but you serve them concurrently. So you serve them all at the same time. So the actual jail time difference between killing one person and 10 people is negligible. So it's what, like, my dad, who was a cop for years, he told me, he's like, if you ever do commit crimes, and obviously wasn't advocating it, but he's like, if you ever do and you're caught, he's like, just instantly confess to every crime you've ever committed, every robbery you've committed, every violent crime, everything. Just confess to everything. He's like, because you're probably not going to affect your jail sentence more than maybe half a year. He's like, and at that point, like that, like, it's like declaring bankruptcy. It's like the slate's clean. Like, you
right,
can't ever,
sure.
Like, you've been sentenced, you've served your sentence for it. Whatever bad, like, it's just gonna happen. It's like, and there you go. You never have to worry about somebody coming back later and being like, oh, because if they do find something later, right? Like,
sure,
then
you can get charged, right?
You can get charged, and then you would go to jail again for another, prison thing. But if you're whatever, you go, oh, it wasn't that. No, he was. This was Vancouver, Kip. He was a Mountie in Surrey, and then Calgary City before. Yeah. He's got some crazy ass stories about being a Mountie in Surrey in the 60s and 70s. I'll tell you what, man, Vietnam War protests, all kinds of crazy things happening. The Hells Angels rising. Yeah, he's got some crazy stories.
He does. It's pretty fun.
Right away.
Yeah, pretty much.
I see. All right. So you got the transformers to your house, and then you, I guess, hooked up the secondary. No, it would have been the primary of the transformer to the poles, correct?
Yeah, basically, I just hooked it backwards.
Yeah, that's right, backwards. So the primary was hooked to the poles. The secondary, you hooked up to the power coming into your home?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What happened when you did that, by the way?
So this makes me laugh because, like, I know for a fact. So Art personally, like, set up and ran all the radio broadcast scripts, and, like, he kind of knows what he's talking about here. And you've seen some of it where he's like saying that he's like, yeah, no, it's this. It's like, you call it the, like, he actually, Art gets the math behind this, the things when he's like, so then you hooked it up to okay. And then what happened? Yeah.
I'm calling an audible.
Okay.
On just you can just hit resume on the trivia game.
Okay. You know what, Paul?
What's that?
You know what? There are no rules.
There are no rules. Yeah.
This is, who runs this stream? That guy, that handsome man in a black shirt, and to a lesser extent me. We can do whatever we want. Hey, which book, Paul, does Donnie Darko receive from his teacher, leading to pivotal time travel implications in the plot? Is it Time Quakes, The Philosophy of Time Travel, Temporal Shifts, or Chronicles of the Future?
I feel like Donnie Darko is woefully underrepresented when people have just discussions about time travel films.
I actually rewatched it this week.
Did you? Awesome.
Yeah. It was a deeper movie than I remember it being.
Oh, so I guess I kind of remember it being pseudo deep.
Pseudo deep. Like there are
Is it
really
actually
interesting
deep?
ideas in it. And
Yeah.
I guess it depends what you mean by deep. Yeah. Yes, it's the philosophy of time travel. That was the only question I kept. I did. There was an AI generated list of questions that we tried first, and that one I'm like, it's a fine question. I'll keep.
Oh, that
one.
was one of the. I didn't read them. That was one of the ones.
No,
All right, fair enough.
that was one of the AI ones. One of the AI ones was just straight up wrong.
Okay, well, good. Glad we didn't do it then.
Yeah.
So we're doing 2 in a row for those who are just joining us. We're doing hashtag. Trying to get the sound back on the art thing. It's not seem to.
I don't know if you should, Melly. I feel like that's probably the best way to enjoy Donnie Darko. Is on the influence of some kind of substance. In Arrival, Paul.
Yes.
Learning the alien language causes humans to think and perceive time differently. This is based on what real scientific theory? The Sapir-Whorf hypothesis, the McLuhan principle, the Fermi paradox, or Rule 34? Nobody Google Rule 34.
That's right. It's definitely not that number 4, I don't think. This was the one with Amy Adams and right there was this was the
We
circular.
saw this in the theater together.
The circles.
Yeah.
We saw it together. I'm pretty sure. We'll see how it goes. I'm pretty sure we're number 3. I think Fermi paradox was what this was, but am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Oh, okay.
Fermi paradox is if there's a trillion planets out there and a certain percentage has civilizations on them, why can't we hear any aliens? That's the Fermi paradox.
Gotcha.
Fun fact for Bo's question, McLuhan principle, that's the media is the message. The old Marshall McLuhan, famous Canadian,
there you go.
Yeah, professor of media studies. A little bit of national pride right there.
Woo.
Yep. Denis Villeneuve of Dune and many other amazing movies. Actually, he pretty much knocks it out of the park every time.
He does,
Mr.
except for
Villeneuve.
maybe his Ark movie. His Noah's Ark movie I didn't love.
Oh, I haven't seen that. So.
Oh wait, no, is that's not Villeneuve. That was another director with a great track record who I'm forgetting. But yeah, I don't think it was one.
Nolan or somebody.
No.
Oh well, I guess we're going 3 questions.
Oh shoot! We are. Oh, we're here.
12 Monkeys, Paul.
I got distracted.
Multiple references to this Greek prophet who was cursed so that nobody would believe their warnings of future events. Is it Pythia, Orpheus, Hecate, or Cassandra? Greek prophet cursed so that nobody would believe their warnings of future events.
I know which one it is because I recently saw the film again.
Another very good movie.
Yep. I also screwed you over because what did I? Oh, I recently saw Kick-Ass again, and that made you feel sad.
Yeah.
Sorry, everyone, about this, but here we go.
Here we go. I mean, we could just do. I think there's only one question left. I'm trying to remember now.
No, there's more.
There's more.
I think we're gonna. Because no, the next one's questions. the next one's only 14, so we're gonna.
I'm so happy.
So next time, I think we'll just do one.
Okay. Let's also give anybody, if you're a big, if you have deep abiding interest in Greek mythology like I do, Cassandra's here. That's the Cassandra's a famous figure.
Indeed. All right, well, let me see if I've managed to re-rig the sound back to Art.
Gosh, I hope so.
It seems like maybe I haven't,
There are no rules. That's right, Bitcoras.
Dang nabbit, what's happened to the sound, Dave?
Well,
okay. Hold on.
while you're fixing sound,
Yes.
Pythia is key in Doctor Who. Yes. Very true. Rosina has super chatted. Pythia is key in Doctor Who. Yes. You know, I sort of tried to watch the new series, and I don't know what it is. I can't get into Doctor Who like I used to. I don't know if it's the writing or
the Shurigatwa you didn't enjoy the new.
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
It was okay.
Right, but
And
those were both. But those were both the specials. They haven't done a proper like episode yet.
Haven't they? I thought they did a season. He's already left the show.
Wait, Shurigatwa?
Yeah.
No.
He's already stepped down as the
Doctor. It starts on May 9. The season.
Is it May? Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure he's already been like, yeah, I'm not coming back for season.
Oh,
2.
that may well be. That may well be.
Yeah, that's right. Backwards. So the primary was hooked to the poles. The secondary, you hooked up to the power coming into your home?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What happened when you did that, by the way?
Well, I didn't get to the big version of it. I didn't get the laser part yet. I was going to order that from New Jersey.
Had you produced a large spark with it?
Yeah. That's another thing too. Before I was like arrested on the 30th, and on February 3rd, I was going to pick up like 60 feet worth of cable so I can reinforce the cable to my house. So.
You mean actually coming in from the pole?
Yeah.
What were you going to do? Climb the pole?
Pretty much.
Oh, Michael.
Because I figured if I called the power company and had them reinforce the cable to my house, I'd like draw suspicion. So.
Yeah.
So when I was in my teens, I was working as a software developer for a telephone company. As people in my audience know, I come from a Mennonite background. And so at that time, of course, my grandparents, well, at least my mother's side of the family, at least, were still living essentially a old school Mennonite lifestyle. And so all my grandpa knew was that I did something with phones. And so when he was driving around, he called, not messaged. He would talk to my mom one time. Say, "Look, I'm driving around, and I don't see Paul on any of these poles anywhere. I don't think he really works with a phone company." That was his measure of if I'm working with the phone company. Obviously, what I'm doing is climbing poles.
Climbing poles. I mean, doing real work. That's what he's trying to say.
That's right. That's just what he meant. Real work.
I was perhaps mistaken. It sounds like, okay, so it's the actor that plays Ruby that is okay. So maybe I might have been conflating various things.
Yeah, I think you're wrong because they actually have. They're like, I think they've already announced like for season 2 of Shooty's version.
Yeah,
they've got like they're having like a whole cadre of companions again, which I do not like. I think one companion at a time is enough.
Maybe 2, but yeah, one's
like once it gets to a family of them.
Yeah.
Pythia is key in Doctor Who, says Rosina. Yes.
I knew who was in 2005. No, I really liked 2005. So I really liked what was the first guy?
Capaldi?
No, Capaldi's the 4th.
So new era.
I can't remember his name. Christopher Eccleston. Yes, I really like Christopher Eccleston. I love David Tennant. Yep. Matt Smith was fine, but that's where the show started going downhill. Capaldi, who is an actor I really love in lots of other things, but it was like even then it was that's where I really started losing interest in it.
Yeah.
The writing's just so bad. I'm done with the show. and the Jodie Whittaker stuff, I sort of half paid attention, but it was just terrible. It was so bad. The writing was so bad.
Yeah,
and I've had a hard time getting back in since then.
That season, I do not feel was Jodie's fault at all. It was just bad writing.
Yeah. It was like just atrocious on a number of levels.
Kay Jones, right? Wait, what is Rule 34? Please explain in explicit detail. Well, Dave, you're the one who mentioned it, so.
Do you know what Rule 34 is,
I
Paul?
do. Yeah, I do know what Rule 34 is.
I mean, it's not. So
no, it's not actually bad. So Rule 34 is that for any interest one may have, there is porn.
I believe the wording of the rule is if it exists, there is porn of it.
Yeah.
That's so like, no matter what it is, if you can imagine it somewhere on the internet, there is porn on that subject. And
so I've now heard I've also heard slightly more versions of it. So there used to be like this phrase, like if your project is only validated if people are pirating your project. Like it used to be like if you're not popular enough to be pirated, you're nothing.
Right.
And I've heard versions of Rule 34. I was like, well, that's the test to see whether you're anything. If there's Rule 34 about your thing, then it's a thing. Otherwise, it's nothing.
Otherwise, it's nothing.
Yeah. But yes, that's essentially the.
I used to have them somewhere because like it is literally the 34th rule. I can't remember where it came from, like Usenet or something. There were the rules of the internet.
I don't remember.
And it's like Rule 34 is literally the 34th.
Right.
Rule.
There. Yeah. Like it wasn't intended to stand on its own. It was. It was a list of.
And it was on like Usenet or it was pre-Reddit. I remember somewhere, and it was like a community thing, and it was the rules of the internet, and you can find like if you Google it, I'm sure you could find the the old original. And it's one of those things, like you said, there's a million versions now, but there was at one time the actual. This is the official-ish,
right?
The rules of the internet,
the official phrasing of Rule 34.
Yeah, if it exists, there's porn of it.
Rosina, another super chat. Thank you, Rosina. Clara Oswald is the first and best doctor.
Well, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that, Rosina.
I'm not even sure.
I like Clara Oswald. I got nothing against her, but to say
I'm not even sure that's factually correct.
Yeah,
in terms of the first, but all right. And Joe Wright. Rosina, feel free to put your evidence there in the chat. We'll fight about it later. Joe White, $5. The only second companions that I really liked were Harry Sullivan and Rory Williams. No, I didn't enjoy either of those. Although I liked that Rory ended up being like back through time. He was the one that ended up like being a soldier through time and stuff, right?
Yeah, because he becomes immortal. He's like a thing, whatever, in the Legion.
It became because then he was like Marvin the depressed android. That's what I just liked. Yeah,
Marvin the paranoid android.
Yeah,
I liked Martha. I was a big fan of Martha, even though she was only around for one season. A lot of the classic ones I really liked. I liked Tila,
Second Companions.
No, for just single companion.
No, but this is specifically saying the only second companions.
Yeah, Adric was okay. It's for Rory. I liked Rory. I thought Rory was a good counterfoil to the so I liked that.
That's fine. This is I'm acknowledging this is in personal taste land here and nothing.
Harry Sullivan. We could. This is Baimon Sci-Fi Con.
Yeah, that's right. Now we need to get back to. So I'm wondering, Dave. We're getting deep into the show and not deep into the show, as it were.
Mm-hmm.
Should we jump ahead at all to see if there's callers?
I mean, we get So right now it's just him boringly explaining how he's
very like we're very much in schematic land.
Yeah. He's a little dry. Sure, we could do that. Jump ahead.
Should we jump ahead to see if there's? Because I'm pretty sure, if I remember this episode correctly, eventually we do get callers.
Rory is just a sip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Would yes, it would.
Let's see.
So yes, Mark. Good point. Brigadier General Alistair Gordon Lethbridge Stewart. There you go. That's classic. Who can? Yes.
And every line is lit up here, and I'm curious what the audience has to say about this.
I jumped ahead 10 minutes to be for reference, and apparently there's light.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael
We're taking
Markham.
calls. All right.
Yes, hi, this is Maureen from Redding, California.
Yes.
Hi. Unless I'm
I've been there.
misunderstanding your guest there and yourself.
What about Captain Jack for second companion?
So what I decided to do, what I was going to say is, if you consider Captain Jack to be a second companion, then that is the GOAT of second companions.
Captain Jack's pretty awesome.
But like, was he a companion?
Not really. It was a recurring character. He
was
he didn't spend like a whole season traipsing along with,
that's the same thought process I had, was if you could put him in that camp, then obviously amazing.
I am just really blown away by exactly what you have been talking about, because
did it cut out?
Yeah, do you hear it? I don't hear anything.
No, it cut out. Oh, damn.
Uh-oh.
I need so on the notes, Dave, for next time when we're going to do a show, on my notes.
Yeah.
Apparently this sound thing has become a problem, and I need to, just for our own troubleshooting.
Yeah.
That probably is the next thing I should figure
We're gonna
out.
have company next stream, Paul. We got to put our best.
Well, next
we got to get this.
Yeah, next stream I'm going to be using the StreamYards. So because this
also, quick reminder for everyone joining us late in chat.
Yes.
May 20th? Is that 20th?
May 20th.
I got to pull up a calendar.
Yeah.
May 20th. Special stream, special day. It's a Monday. We're doing a toast to toast show with.
I think it was the end of last week. Yes, it was. Saturday morning.
Pardon me.
I'm trying to plug you here, Paul. Digital Hammurabi, right?
Yeah, Digital Hammurabi.
Who else?
So it's Megan and Josh and Shannon will be joining us.
Megan and Josh and Shannon. Yes, Shannon will be here too. We're doing a fundraising stream for Walk for MS, research for multiple sclerosis, a cause dear to many of our hearts. And all of them, every single dollar, every penny of every dollar raised that day is going directly to charity. And we really would love it. Everybody should show up. It's going to be a great time. We have experts, genuine, educated, academic experts.
So not just me and Dave being quasi-interested amateurs. Yeah, we will actually have. Yeah, and we will be talking about whether I forget if something about the Sumerian texts and the end times. That's what it'll be.
Yeah. It is time for Kip.
Right now, there's like an AIDS plague, kind of like a 20th century Black Death, but
that's right.
So I don't know exactly when they're going to have like a vaccine for AIDS or anything like that,
but you might try to bring one back.
Yeah.
That's a good answer.
Yeah.
Michael,
let me with cancer and stuff like that.
Well, it's true. It is true. Let me bring a caller on and see. And every line is lit up here, and I'm curious what the audience has to say about this. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Yes, hi, this is Maureen from Redding, California.
Yes.
Hi. Unless I'm misunderstanding your guest there and yourself, I am just really blown away by exactly what you have been talking about, because I've always been real impressed with you, Art, as far as I've always thought you as to be a person of high intelligence, what have you. Your guest you've had on your...
She definitely wants to sleep with Art.
I mean... I kind of want to sleep with Art.
Yeah, no judgment. I was just clearly, I don't. She opens up. I don't know what's going on with your guest, but anyway, Art.
But Art,
you are so intelligent.
I just want to tell you, Art.
Yeah.
I hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave. You know what I'm saying? Someone's been working out.
Show in the past, I've always been impressed with that, but this has got to be the lamest thing I've ever heard in my life.
You don't believe it?
Well, it's basically let's teach somebody how to make an atomic bomb, what have you.
What do you think about that, Michael? How do you feel about that. Would you build an atomic bomb if you could?
No, that's not what she's saying. She's saying you guys spent 30 minutes on like laying out in excruciating detail the schematics to recreate the thing that someone. This isn't among all the callers. Like, we don't know the deal on the people who maybe shot Bigfoot. We don't know about the Mel's Hole, but we know the madman got arrested for bringing down part of the grid.
Yeah.
So this is not a benign person the way some of the others might be. So yeah, she's not wrong. Look, Art, I definitely want to bang you, but you maybe are being irresponsible on the show right now. All right. Well, trivia time. We're gonna do
trivia time. We also got some super chats, Paul.
Oh well, let's do super chats first.
Let's do the super chats.
We got Rosina.
Yes.
Clara became immortal, stole a TARDIS, and ran away from Gallifrey. She becomes a timeless child. Timeless child. She becomes the timeless child using Chameleon Arc to hide from the Time Lords. I mean, yes.
Thank you. Okay, so you're not wrong, Rosina. But all of those are things that I hate exist. The Chameleon Arch is that's kind of fine, but the rest of it, it's just like you're trying too hard. You're trying to make these big epic stories and stuff. And it's like, in my mind, Doctor Who works best when it's like small stories with, people that are being affected by whatever thing and it doesn't have to be the universe. And I hate the Timeless Child. I hate everything about the idea of it. So that's why I was like, I do like Clara. I like the character of her. I like her attitude. I like the way she's portrayed. I do not like a lot of the writing in the stories, but that's a personal preference. That's just me. I have that. If you loved it, that's awesome. And I love that you love it, and that's great. And you should, but it's not me. Maybe I'm just an old white man with a neck beard.
Right, exactly. I mean, I didn't even love the notion of Gallifrey to begin, like just even that notion, right? Like tying down these origin stories. It's much like, I feel like Boba Fett. Like, it's like, why everything cool about you goes away when you define you. So it's like,
the more you define you,
yeah. All right, we have Rosina. Another one. Go ahead.
Therefore, Claire Oswald is the Doctor. And that's an argument you made. And as Paul said, I hate anything that does clearly spell out the origins of the Doctor, which for decades it was very much like, you kind of don't really know who's the Doctor, where's he from. We tease a bunch of stuff, but keep it very vague on purpose, and you can fill in the details yourself or go, and you never know, and that's part of it. Anyways, I really don't want to be. I hate being the guy that's like, the thing you like is stupid, and here's why.
Yes, no, we are not here to yuck anyone's yum.
No,
as the phrase goes. If you love it, I wish that I loved it.
Yep,
you are in the advantage. Anyway, go ahead.
In The Edge of Tomorrow, very good movie.
How
does Tom Cruise gain the ability to reset time every time he dies? He reaches operating Thetan level 8 and becomes superhuman. He is exposed to chronoton radiation when an alien weapon explodes. He is covered in the blood of an alpha alien, or he is accelerated past the speed of light in a plasma explosion.
I think even though I've seen this film a couple times, I'm not 100%. I'm pretty sure I know. I'm pretty sure. We'll see.
This is another one I think you and I saw in the theater together.
Possibly. Emily Blunt. It's a good film. I believe it's the blood of the alpha alien. I think
you were correct. It is the blood of the alpha alien. And I think we were both surprised that how much we liked the movie.
Right. We were coming in expecting not to love it. Yeah.
Yeah. And we're like, holy shit, that was actually really good.
All right, so Dave, because we did 3 last time, I'm gonna say that we're just doing 2, just 1 this time,
Yep.
and
Stop it.
we'll
Stop
save
the
for the
madness.
final 2 for the for the next section.
Yep.
We're gonna have some callers. We're gonna have
some callers.
We're gonna have a trivia clock. Off we go.
Got another Mark super chat from Mark Fernkoff.
Oh, we got super chats. We love super chats.
We love super chats.
I can't read this one. You go ahead.
It's 1. We both know, Kip, it is the 1 is the true answer, that he reached operating level 8. And but they're not allowed to say that in a movie.
That's right.
Here we go.
Or the stream.
We see 7th timeless child grow up to be the first other and have known the final 8 faces of the other since Brain of Morbius. Lungbarrow is canon. See, this is all the dark. This is everything I don't like about Doctor Who. They're just, that's cool. If you like all this stuff, if you like the timeless child and the other, and it's like, cool, great, do it, fine. Come on.
I assume you enjoyed Neil Patrick Harris.
I did enjoy Neil Patrick Harris just chewing scenery.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, that was the one special I liked. That's not true. I liked the one with what's her name is Donna Noble too. I can't remember.
Oh, right. Yeah, I forget her name, but yeah.
Catherine Tate.
Right,
Catherine Tate.
Right. The one where they were on the ship and they had large versions of themselves. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that was
and
good.
The hands and stuff. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Made me laugh.
Well, an atomic bomb. No, I doubt it.
See, he wouldn't go for an atomic bomb, ma'am. He's talking about time travel. Now, what's so bad about that?
Well,
what's so bad about that?
I mean, do you think it's dangerous or
go
what?
wrong?
No. Well, I think it's just very dangerous as far as I'm sure some of the listeners that you have.
Okay. Maybe this will help. Ma'am. Listen, everybody. Do not try this at home.
Well, see, basically, you're going step by step by step.
That's right. We absolutely are. That's right.
Why are you doing that?
Well, why do you think? Are you worried that somebody's going to do this at home and fry themselves?
Of course. There's idiots out there in the world.
Well, yeah, but ma'am.
Standing back, Paul, for a second. Time travel notwithstanding. The shit they're talking about doing, where he's like
incredibly dangerous,
like wired direct. Things is like, no, you could fucking kill yourself or start a fire or blow something up or blow.
There's a reason he got arrested. He totally fried the electricity for a town.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do not mess with the line coming into your house. Do not hook anything up on the power pole behind your house. That's
perhaps this is an irresponsible. She's not wrong. This might be an irresponsible recipe to be broadcasting to millions of people. I bet if you asked one of the AI bots of the commercial ones, I'm guessing they wouldn't tell you how to do this. I'm guessing this isn't one of those things where, hey, can I have the recipe for cocaine? No. Can I find out how to?
Have you ever
heard
the story or the boy who built a nuclear device in his backyard or garage?
No.
It was in a shed or something. It was like a Boy Scout that
he got enriched uranium?
He got radium from clocks, and he did write to nuclear research labs and was like, I want nuclear radioactive elements. And they're like, okay. And he was there when they finally found, they're like, no, this is close to going critical. It's just look up Boy Scout, nuclear Boy Scout. This is a famous thing of this kid. And everyone's like, how the fuck was this 16-year-old kid able to? There was a whole bunch of sort of, after it happened, a lot of changes came to how a lot of things were handled and went, because it's this shouldn't be possible. No high school student should have been able to get the things that he got and do the things that he did.
Did he hurt? Is this he hurt his face doing this? I'm guessing.
He didn't die, but I think he was
Wow. Yeah. I guess. Wow.
It was bad. Like it's one of those things that's kind of funny, but also it's like, no, like it was bad. Like people could have died with what this kid was doing. And he was doing it as like a science thing. He's like, I wonder if I can make an atomic pile. It's like, yeah, you can if you get enough stuff.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
It's an interesting story. Look it up.
There are people, I could interview somebody who walked off a cliff. Do you think that would mean that my listeners would walk off a cliff?
I really doubt you would have a guest on there who would try to walk off a cliff. I have always looked at you.
But what I'm saying is,
my opinion of you has always been
okay, so but that's not an apt analogy, right? Because you're not. What we're saying is, hey, what do you want to build your own like kick-ass machine that maybe is a time machine?
Right.
Here's how you do it with dangerous electrical.
Right, but also, you like it's not like people are like, I sure would like to. The only thing stopping me from walking off a cliff is that I don't have detailed instructions.
Yes. Now, if it was like, if you walk off this specific cliff at this specific time, you will gain the power of flight. Well, that's a more apt analogy of Art was, in some way being a proponent of that. Then you might get people to be like, oh shit, I'm going to try it. It's like, don't try it.
That's right. Yeah.
You'll die. This isn't true. Yeah. Don't fuck around with walking off of cliffs.
I really admire you, Art Bell.
Now you're disappointed.
And I enjoy your show, and you're a very intelligent human being. I am totally blown away that you would have somebody such as the guest you have on tonight.
Why?
And I'm sorry if I'm...
Well, the question is why?
Because of the subject that you are discussing.
Yes.
Basically, there are adults out there in this world who have a childlike mind who will be ignorant enough to try this kind of thing at home.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Michael?
Yeah.
I'm going to hold you over a little bit. This is too much fun. Now, tell him, Michael, say, don't try this at home.
Don't try this at home.
Thank you, Michael. Affectionately, we'll call him Madman Markham. And he's in Missouri. I think he's in Missouri. And Michael, I read the story last week, and I'm not going to go through it again, but it's entitled Kansas City Man Tries to Build Time Machine on Porch. Now, long story short, he built a small... well, it wasn't supposed to be a time machine to begin with. It was just supposed to produce an arc and be cool. And his small model, which he used a laser from a CD to cause the spark to begin to move up Jacob's ladder. That's what it's called, Jacob's ladder. When he got it all going, he noticed a very strange sort of shimmery effect above the arc, and he threw a screw into it, common screw, and the screw disappeared. Well, now we're into something else. So our hero, Michael, went over to the power company and stole.
He may be more of an anti-hero, but that's okay.
I like how even at the start, Art was like trying to beat around the bush. He's like, "How did you acquire?" And go, he's like, "The Transformers I stole." He's like, "Yeah." He's like, "Oh yeah, I stole those from the power company." Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. We're not beating around the bush anymore. We're gonna,
Are you trying to talk about the Transformers I stole? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Taxes? I don't pay those.
Power transformers, which he then hooked up to his line at home and made a giant model on his back porch using two gigantic poles, about 4 feet high. And he got himself a big Jacob's ladder. He also ruined a number of appliances, browned out most of the town that he lives in. And that, of course, is where the police entered the picture and appropriated.
To be fair, I feel like, in a way, if Shannon knew that this was a recipe that existed, she wouldn't do it, but she would want to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The thing I don't understand about all this, we're drinking about this is Art Bell beer now, official heart.
Nice.
Yep. Like, I mean, there's there's many Jacob's Ladders machines in the world. This is a known thing. What made his into a time machine somehow?
The CD laser.
Oh, you know what? You're right, Paul. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
No, it is, because that's what was ionizing things. It was most people don't have a laser pointing in the middle of the Jacob's ladder.
No, they don't.
Yep.
They just
Yep.
It just does its own thing. Yeah.
This is why we can't have CDs anymore, by the way.
I ripped a CD today.
You did not.
I did. So one of my friends just bought a used vehicle, a used Ford Escape. There was a CD in the player in this vehicle that was, I gotta play you some after, Paul. So it's just a guy, like it's clearly a guy who has recorded himself.
Okay.
And he's playing this like metal. It's sort of like metal, but it's just him with an acoustic guitar, but it's clearly supposed to be metal music. And sometimes it rhymes and sometimes it doesn't. A lot of the songs are about how awesome he is at sex. And I'm just like, my friend, I'm like,
wow,
you have to give me this CD so I can rip it. And he's like, yeah, sure, whatever. So he gives it. So awesome. It's like a good old Maxell.
Yeah.
DVR, right? But it's burnt as an audio disc. Like it's not MP3s.
Right. So yeah,
but there was no protections or whatever on, so it's just Windows Media.
That's hilarious.
We'll rip it and copy it, and it's, so I'm like, this has to be preserved for forever. This has to.
Well, I'm sure YouTube won't flag us if we play it, so we can make that's for
it
next time.
Would not. I guarantee. Yep. YouTube's not ever going to look at that and be like, "Oh yeah, that's one of the major hits. It's on a label." But also a lot of it we could never play. We would get demonetized for different other reasons.
Fair enough.
Anyways, so I did rip the CD today.
That's not. I did not expect that sentence to come out of your mouth. So
I had to dig around to find. I have like a USB CD drive that
I bet
in like 6 years, because none of my computers have CD trays in them anymore, or go like
like 3 years ago I definitely had to borrow from somebody. Yeah, that makes sense.
Transformers. He lost his job. He went to jail. He's recently out. I somehow found him yesterday. We've been interviewing him for an hour, and we will continue to do so in a moment. Every line is jam-packed full, so a lot of people want to talk to Michael. A couple of faxes that have come in. Here's one. Art, all my life, I've been reading books and collections of unsolved mysteries and events. Several times, I've come across a story about archaeologists discovering a perfectly machined, completely modern sheet metal screw. This screw was embedded in a piece of quartz that is at least.
Are we saying that these screws are the screws that we just it's like it's its own Terminator movie?
Yes.
Now these are the screws that Madman sent through in his time machine.
The screws went back to
medieval times.
J. Screw, the inventor of the screw, and
that's right. That's right. Yeah.
At least 10 million years old. This has always been a totally unexplainable, unsolved mystery until tonight. Dave in New Brownville, Texas. Then this, Great Joe Art, if time travel is possible, be aware the Earth, solar system, and universe are traveling thousands of miles per hour. If Michael's screws traveled through time, they'd be far from here in space. That's from Albany, Oregon. And this.
Killjoy.
I'm going to fax a diagram to you, basically what your guest is talking about, except that it will not work with electrical energy. A massive power source, such as your guest is speaking about, would create something that is more than anyone at this time would want to deal with. This system was being played with in Colorado without getting into names using low-frequency EMF. This. Hey, Art, I think the time machine idea is interesting.
Electromagnetic frequencies, I'm guessing.
Well, that part I get. That's like the power he's talking about, like nobody would want to deal with that. I'm like, well, it's 20,000 volts. It's not.
No, that's not like unheard of.
That's not even rare. That's not even like any neon sign has. Anyways, moving on.
Moving on.
We didn't even go back.
But-
I don't see what that has to do with the. Well, whatever.
Did the bolt come back exactly the same? Was the bolt analyzed to see if the material had changed at all? And on and on and on. I've got a whole pile of faxes here. Michael, did anybody analyze the bolt?
No. I was just by looking at it. It weighed the same. It looked the same. It looks exactly the way it did before I threw it in.
So
this is, Paul, the difference between Michael, Madman Markham, and say a Mel, for example.
Right, yeah, Mel's whole, yeah.
Like you said, we're like, this guy didn't reach out to Art. Art reached out to him. Right?
Yeah.
So he's just like, nah, I mean, I don't know. I threw a screw in and it popped in half second later. And I don't really know what else to tell you about this.
Right. Mel would definitely have had a story to go about how but the screw had changed and now it, cured leprosy or something.
Yeah, now it's a lattice of quartz crystals.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Or it's like diamond or something.
Now
like
now it heats my apartment building.
Now it's Ice 9.
Right.
Should we read these super chats or should we do the trivia?
Well, I'm letting the trivia. It's got 27 seconds, so we probably can read at least one super chat.
We have a super chat.
Scotty Orange says a time machine also needs to be a spaceship.
Well, you missed one from Brain Cramp before that.
All right, but this was
it's
all right.
See, this
Brain Cramp. That's what happened with the original Jacob's Ladder.
I mean, I guess it's vague.
It's vague.
Yeah,
we'll come back to this when after post trivia.
In Hot Tub Time Machine, what transforms the hot tub into a time vortex to 1986? Is it, Paul, a spilled energy drink? Is it a lightning strike from a freak storm? Is it a charm sold by a mysterious old woman in the gift shop? Or is it a TV playing a DVD of the time machine that falls into the water, shocking everyone? Shocking. I know how much you love that movie.
I do. I love the movie. I watched it several times today.
I saw it. Kip earlier mentioned the movie Time Changer, which was one of the movies because there was originally, Kip missed it before. There was originally 20 questions tonight.
Okay. So that got cut.
One of them was a time changer.
Yeah. This is number one as my facial expression, was
time traveling Bible scholars. Yes, it was a spilled energy drink.
Okay, so final question. Everybody get your trivia fingers ready. You can catch up. It's still anyone's game as far as I know.
As far as because we're scared to check the score because
That's
every
correct.
time we've ever done it in the past, it's broken the trivia game. We're gonna find out. Someone's about to win a tumbler.
Someone's about to
in this marathon.
I need to fill my tumbler. My tumbler is empty.
Feat. This very last time that Paul lets me do 16.
This is the last time. Absolutely, that is correct. That is
all Paul's fault.
Yep.
Do your job. I'm sorry, Kip. I'm sorry. Paul's already mad about how many questions there are, Kip. I could put even more in.
No, that's right. Here we go.
Which of the following historical/mythical figures does not appear in the 1981 comedy Time Bandits? Is it Robin Hood? Is it Napoleon? Is it Julius Caesar? Or is it Agamemnon? Which of those people does not appear in the movie Time Bandits? Directed by the same person who directed 12 Monkeys.
Yes.
Fun fact.
Fun fact.
Very different movies.
I don't remember it well enough.
Uh-oh.
I feel like Agamemnon is a fun thing to say, and that might have been good enough to include it. But I don't remember Agamemnon in the...
Did I spell Napoleon wrong? Oh, I sure did. Napoleon.
Napoleon.
Yeah.
La, 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 la. Napoleon. Oh, it was Caesar.
It
Oh, well,
was
look at that.
Caesar. Agamemnon was played by Sean Connery, no less. in that
Okay.
movie.
Well, that was my
Yeah.
my instinct was that's too fun to say for Gillian not to have included.
Yeah.
Julius Caesar not in. Okay, so now we will tabulate.
We're going
and
to
we will-
tabulate. We're going to run the numbers.
in a few seconds. Did we miss any super chats while we were waiting?
Don't touch it. It's evil. Yeah, it's Lunar.
Oh, we did. So hold on. So Melly writes,
Mm-hmm.
this is very clever. The screw is now a belt buckle. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all coming together. It all fits.
Some kind of sheep, whale, seal baby.
Well, but now the fact that it wasn't on his belt buckle, that's how come Madman didn't get his teeth taken away by the government. So
Mm-hmm.
he
Still
merely
thinking,
lost his
still
freedoms.
counting. Here we go.
Oh, Scuzzbopper.
Scuzzbopper.
I feel
I believe
has
it's previously
Scuzzbopper is he? I believe Scuzzbopper might already be a member of the Tumble Club, but if not, congratulations.
I'm
your
very
ascension.
sure that Scuzzbopper already is. But hey,
but Scuzzbopper, you are allowed to if you so choose, you may have a second. You're welcome to have a second tumbler.
yes.
And or if you have enough tumblers, Super Critical Snake may step in and fill, much like a beauty queen who for some reason can't fulfill her reign for 12 months. But
Yes.
Super Critical Strike and SJL, congratulations to both of you for coming in close, just one behind.
Coming in close.
Anyhow, Scuzzbopper, good job.
14 of 16. That's pretty impressive.
We had 58 participants in the trivia this time, Dave. That's amazing.
That is probably because everyone loved the 16 questions and how
Probably that's probably what did it.
They're like, this is just
probably people were typing to complain and they just happened to have a number in their complaint.
By all means, people, get in the comments. Tell me.
Get in the comments. Get in the chat.
Was 2 months enough? You liked the double questions? You know.
How do we
welcome feedback?
I mean, we spent a lot of time on schematics on how to kill yourself with a time machine attempt.
Yeah, Vishnati missed like half the questions. That's
indeed. All right, well let's spend a little bit more time. Do you have a little bit more in you, or you gotta go?
Paul, I've still got half a glass of.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
because we got angry callers to listen to, and I love angry callers.
That's barely anything when it comes to toast.
Well, Kip, if you want a tumbler, you gotta arrive early and get into the trivia.
Mm-hmm. Or just go to.
Or you can just, if you have monies.
Yeah.
Anyone with money can have a tumbler.
It's such a reasonable cost too. Like it's not even that expensive.
That's right. And neither Dave or I know what the cost is.
We do not. No.
But it's got to be reasonable. Look at this.
I don't pay for anything.
This it's never broken. Mine is never broken.
No.
It's been through the dishwasher. Do you put yours through the dishwasher?
I put mine through the dishwasher only once.
Oh, I put mine through. Mine is Iron Man. It goes through.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
No, I hand wash mine. I was always because I'm worried about it, but that's good to know.
Mm-hmm.
There was one time I accidentally left it with Coke in the glass for like days, and then so it had like that hard dried Coke, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm not hand washing.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
I will say
remember
the
link to your store.
I was doing an experiment, so I will say
I will take your mugs.
The mugs are. I'm not watching what's the show I'm watching? Not the Fortnite.
Fallout?
It's the Fallout.
This mug, this mug right here.
The mug doesn't fare as well in the dishwasher.
There you go. I've also never dishwashed the mug,
so I hand wash my mugs. But
there you go. See,
literally disappeared from view. I mean, when you threw it in.
Oh, we have Scuzzbopper.
Yes.
Who says, please give the tumbler to number 2.
Well, there you go. Then.
So, okay. So we have Super Critical Snake.
Congratulations, Super Critical. You're joining the
Supercritical
Tumblr
Snake,
Club.
yeah. So email me,
Tumblr
paul@paulogia.com.
Club. Join in the Tumblr Club. Join in the Tumblr.
And let me know that you are. We'll figure out a way to verify your identity, as it were, with the Supercritical Snake.
AKA,
And
give us your address.
and
Tell us
yes, really, that's all.
where
That's
you
all the
live.
checking. So yeah, and then you too will be able to enjoy the next episode, or a future episode at least, with a lovely Tumblr.
The lovely Tumblr.
And it went into the field, Michael. It, in other words, it disappeared. When it came back, was it still suspended in air, and then did it drop down, or what?
Well, like I said, this thing was like sitting on a table, right? Normally, when you like throw something, it'll like follow a parabola and land.
That's right.
Well, I didn't see it like go through the air.
Now people are
I
asking
saw
for
it
the link
here on
to your merch store.
Yeah,
in the
I'm
chat.
actually going to find one that I can put it in the chat.
Yeah, I'd do it, but I can't post links in your chat.
No, you can't be trusted with that kind of stuff.
And you're right. You're right not to.
Table.
Yeah.
Wow. So in other words, you threw it, and in midair, it literally disappeared. And when next you saw it, it was laying on the table.
Yeah, and I did that 3 times because I figured, well, maybe I'd like miss seeing it like go through the air.
And the third time you did it, I take it that's when your laser blew up.
Yeah. I was like going through that several times. I was like want to like turn it off and borrow a camcorder and get it on tape.
Oh boy, I wish you'd done that.
Yeah, but
sure you do too.
Yeah.
These are always things, though, that you think about later. Let's keep perusing the phone lines here and see what people have to say about us. It's really interesting. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Hi.
Hi, this is Stanbury, Missouri.
Are you
enlisting officer?
Oh, you are the.
Tom Hampton.
Hi, Mike. How you doing, boy?
Hey, you still got my diary, don't you?
You bet. Sit there on the desk.
You are the arresting officer?
Yes, sir.
It's amazing. That is delicious and amazing. I'm glad we got this far. That's really good. The arresting officer.
And he knows them, and he goes, yeah. Yeah. This is very small town vibes right here. Yeah.
Well, I'll be darned.
Wow.
It's great to meet you. I don't know if it's great for Michael. Are you guys friends?
Well, are we friends, Mike?
Yeah.
Yeah, sort of.
Well, listen, maybe, officer, you can give us all of this from your perspective. What did you find when you arrived?
Something along the lines of police showing up. It's like, well, looks like you stole these Transformers. And it's like, yeah, I did. Well, gonna have to take you downtown. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Michael's house.
Well, we
ever watch any of Brent Butt, Corner Gas?
Literally everyone 20 times. I'm guaranteed.
His actual stand-up, though.
Yeah, I've seen stand-up. Yeah.
Did you ever see the bit he did about? So he's talking about being a cop, and I think he was specifically talking about small town Saskatchewan, but really it's any small town where it's like you show up and this is very like it's like gas station's robbed. You know, cop shows up, is like, well, can you describe the
it was
man? He's like, yeah,
it was Bill.
He was about 5'6" and brown hair, and his mama died just last month because it was Bill. It was Bill. It was Bill from down past the church. He's been going through some tough times lately, so I don't want to cause him any trouble. But yeah, it was Bill.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, yep, that's small town crime.
Knocked on the door. There was 8 of us in the CERT team.
8 of you?
Yes. There's one officer in Stanbury, then we had county deputies and Missouri Highway Patrol.
Let me back up a little, officer. You got a search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, because you suspected something was going on. What was the basis of the warrant? What did you think was going on there?
We had received information that Michael had these Transformers in his residence, and that they had been stolen. And after checking with my local utility, which we have our own utility service here in Stanbury, we found if they were from here, we checked with St. Joe Light and Power out of King City. And the man didn't know they were that's where we found out they were stolen, and we had, with the information we had, it gave us enough information to go ahead and get a search warrant.
So you got access to the resident with a warrant, and look, what did you find?
Well, we found Michael asleep. Sorry, we had to wake him up. But we found the transformer he'd made into a piggy bank in the, I guess you'd call it a dining room. On the back porch was the transformer that he'd used to make his Jacob's ladder.
I'm just happy that there was no coffee table involved.
Yes. Well, good. Well, good. Yeah.
Scotty Orange says, thoughts on dinosaur time travelers?
Like Dr. Dinosaur?
Like Dr. Dinosaur. Dr. Dino.
Was he at...
No, that wasn't his name, was it?
Oh, Dr. Dinosaur from Atomic Robo?
Yeah, was that his name?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, Dr. Dinosaur.
It was just Dr. Dinosaur. I can't remember, was he a time traveler? Or...
Yes, he absolutely was. Yes, he absolutely was.
What I mostly remember was his Twitter account, which was freaking hilarious. It was all caps, and he didn't understand the 142 character limit, so it would just stop. He would be like writing this diatribe, and it would just clearly like stop mid-word because he didn't get that.
Yeah,
Twitter only had 142 characters. Oh,
my broken Atomic Robo.
Atomic Robo, the first couple volumes of it are some of the greatest comics ever written.
Yeah, there we go. Delicious.
Yeah.
From my former company. Well, it's
not
it's the company still exists and is and really you should follow it on Facebook because there's some exciting stuff happening over there.
Absolutely. Hey Paul, what exciting stuff is happening? Go ahead, toot your own horn.
Comics, things, you know.
Is it comics or is it major feature film things starring Samuel Jackson? Nah.
It's one of those.
Nah.
It's one of those, yeah.
Hey,
so
everybody.
yes, for those who don't know,
comic that Paul was co-writer on is they're filming it. It is happening. After years and years of futzing around, it is actually being filmed. Like, this is going to happen. This movie is going to come out. It's called Afterburn. Google it. #Afterburn. You can see. And Paul was involved in that.
Indeed. Yep. So I got a little excited because on the first day of filming, because I've been, as you know, Dave, I've been to this dance before.
Yeah.
And the music doesn't always start.
Nope.
So it was fun to see. I got some set photos of Dave Bautista and Sam Jackson on set, so that was kind of fun.
It's on Instagram even. There's all kinds of
but
things
I will now chill. I will chill out a little bit and wait till the movie's closer.
Yeah, I mean, we're still a good 2 years away. This is just...
Yeah, I don't know how long post-production is supposed to be. The shoot is actually relatively short. They're shooting in Czechoslovakia.
Yeah.
I may or may not go visit. We'll see how it goes. Anyway.
And then there were 4 more transformers in a secondary bedroom.
And so then off Michael went to the Pokey, I presume.
Yes, went to the, as we call it, the Albany Hilton.
Mark, I think it'll be in 2 hours. 2 hours, I think, is when they've been dropping at 1 or at midnight Pacific time, which I think is 2 hours now, but I could be wrong.
Midnight Pacific time will be
anyway
3 hours from now.
Oh, okay. Really? No.
5.
2 hours.
2 hours. Yes.
Yeah.
No, sorry.
Yeah. So we'll wrap up, in time that you can watch your cartoon show.
Nerd.
Thank you, Brian, for your membership for 24 months. I'm no mathematician, Dave.
Oh my goodness.
But 24 months, that's almost 2 years.
That is almost. I feel like that is literally when this channel started.
Well, when our show started.
I don't think this show started 24 months ago. That predates Toast to Toast.
Okay, that may well be. All right, fair enough.
because we had our I feel like our anniversary is like it's August or September.
Okay. Okay. Fair
Right?
enough. Well,
Because we had
then
the big
perhaps.
anniversary show.
Anyway,
And I did my organized
Brian,
religion
thank you
ad,
so
which is my
much.
single favorite sponsorship ad of all time.
24 months of coffee table contributions already. Yes. Thank
Wow.
you. And because of your continued donations.
Yes, thank you, Byron.
And only because if it weren't for your donations, there
Mhm.
would be a coffee table here. So thank you for those donations to keep the coffee tables at bay.
Yeah.
Every day, almost every day, there's a ding dong. It's the coffee table salesman. And I'm like, well, what if I give you these super chats? Would you go away and not deliver the coffee table?
If I
they
ever
say,
win the
okay.
lottery,
Mhm.
I am buying like a $300,000 coffee table. It's going to be solid jade or something stupid like that.
Mhm.
I'm just showing up at your house with it and being like, you'd be a real asshole not to take this. Look how expensive this coffee table is.
I wonder what the resale value of, am I allowed to? Yeah.
Resell gifts. I think that says a lot about you.
I mean, if it's jade. I'm not. Look, Dave. Writing a comic that gets turned into a movie does not make one a millionaire. Let me assure you.
Oh, this is if I become a millionaire somehow.
I know, but what I'm saying is, me as the non-millionaire, can't just be looking at the jade coffee table like, well, let's just use it. No, that's.
It's the Saturday morning cartoon. That's what's
rent money.
Finally, make you a millionaire.
Mm-hmm. That's how that works.
Kip's being very rude to me in chat, Paul. Then I would like you to do something about that.
Okay, well, Kip, I encourage you to keep it up.
That's the opposite of what I asked you to do.
Oh, I'm sorry. You asked me to do something, and so I don't know. I went on instinct.
Son of a bitch! It's me against the world. Me and Vishanti's in my corner.
Yeah.
Who's also but doing it politely, not like Kip Davis. It's academia for you.
Yeah.
Mud slinging. The dead people,
well, this is quite an incredible story. How did you feel that? I mean, did you think you were dealing with a madman or what?
No, I had met Mike.
No, that's the thing you said.
No, I actually did enjoy. That's how the officer said. Well, we got the call that Mike had powered transformers. Much to the way you describe it. It wasn't like. Usually you hear the officer in a formal capacity. My cousin is a RCMP officer, and he's excellent at this communication stuff. But it's always like the perpetrator or, the suspect. You're using these. You don't say, well, we got to call in that Mike stole some transformers. Anyway, love it.
Yeah. Mike stole some transformers. He's doing something with the power line.
Yeah. Wasn't the suspect, it was Mike. Yeah.
I guess by the second day after he came into the state on another search warrant deal.
I see.
And talked to him just a little bit that day. He appeared to be an intelligent person, what I considered above average intelligence on some things. And then he was here in Stanbury. I had calls because people didn't know who he was, a stranger from out of town.
He says he's not particularly welcome in that town now, that a number of people feel as though their appliances may have gone belly up because of his experiments.
Well, I haven't personally had any comments of that nature. I did hear your earlier part of your broadcast where he browned out the majority of town, which was not right. It was just a small section, approximately 2 blocks, where we had a little problem where the lights would flicker and brown out a little bit.
Had this been occurring frequently?
No, it actually hadn't. It happened a few times, and it quit happening. We found out from Mike that he moved his experiment to later at night when people wouldn't notice it.
Aha. Wise decision. This is quite a story, officer. I'm absolutely glad you called. Michael, is there anything you'd like to ask him, or the other way around?
Think about it, Michael.
Really,
Are you suggesting that Michael should not proceed to try this again?
I personally wouldn't, because of all the hazards involved. Electricity is a very dangerous toy.
Don't fucking mess around with your power.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You know what? Time travel or not, it's kind of just, yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe you don't tap right into the main power supply. Maybe that's just, yeah.
Unless you got to grow up. In which case,
I was wondering, so if we didn't have the corroborating evidence that this guy had been arrested and that this was a real thing that happened, I would have been, like, I might have been skeptical of this person. Like, if it had someone calling into Art to brag that this had happened.
Yeah.
I was like, your breakers wouldn't allow this to, like a normally wired home.
But that's the whole point, Paul. He didn't go
Well,
through
exactly. No, so
Right,
this is the detail that makes it okay. So he bypassed all that, went straight to the pole.
He tapped directly to the power grid.
Yeah.
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 Which, again, is incredibly dangerous. That's not a good thing to do. But it's the same thing that
even if you buy your transformers on the open market instead of stealing them.
If you just pay the $13,000 yourself.
That's right.
Yeah. But I mean, that's I joke about it, but that's a real thing. People were running grow ops and shit, right? And then the power company comes by and it's like, yeah, so we're losing a lot of power in this block. And we're looking, here it is. Somebody has tapped on and is running this extra line into their basement to run their lamps. And now we've caught you. Yep. Because that's a thing we can do. We can tell where on the power line the drain is coming from.
Indeed.
Yes. It's everything about this is very small town.
It feels like it, yeah.
I love the thing.
And a little less.
Well, do you think people is like, no, I don't think you should do this.
So I know there's 2 more episodes, like in years future, they will be talking to Madman again. Matt.
Yeah, and the other ones are much better.
The other ones are much more involved with they're less schematic based and more time travel speculation. But we'll see what other. I mean, I'm excited that we heard he got the arresting officer. So let's see who else calls in.
Called in out of the blue.
Yep.
It's just one slip it's your last slip. I wouldn't do it. Well, I did like his electric cigarette lighter he had. You might have him explain that to you.
His electrical cigarette lighter?
Yes.
All right, officer.
The one I made out of the microwave?
Yeah.
Officer, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We appreciate you calling the arresting officer in the case. Wow. All right, Michael, what about your cigarette lighter? What's this?
Heck, I still got it now, but basically I turned my microwave. It's still a microwave, but I made a cigarette lighter out of it too.
Out of what?
No.
My microwave.
Your microwave oven?
Yeah. There's like a transformer inside that. And basically,
you like Transformers, don't you, Mike?
Yeah, it's kind of like I guess you call it a hobby.
So, like, what? I'm curious. Like, do we take the door off, and you just stick your?
No, I assume what he did. So this is a real thing I've seen. I've seen cigarette lighters that run electric.
This is a mod you can get for your. All right.
I haven't seen one built out of a microwave, but I've seen real ones, and so I assume he's using the transformer in the microwave, and he has it wired up. So you basically get 2 metal prongs, and you use a transformer. You use a very high voltage, and it will create a spark between the 2 metal, points. And so you have your cigarette, and it sparks, and it will you put the cigarette.
That's probably this. So this is literally my my candle lighter. It's a USB powered It's not charged right now.
So you would generally have a bigger, like it would be a bigger space.
Yeah, so it's
between
this,
them.
but it's this notion, right? Because this
It
is
just creates a spark, right? And then it'll light up. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So this, but on a much bigger scale, but out of a microwave, which isn't dangerous. What could go wrong?
Because microwaves do have, like all these other things, like crazy transformers, because they need.
I was just imagining that maybe he's irradiating himself and the neighborhood. I don't know.
No.
That's like I've always been interested in. That's like, I've always been interested. Heck, I've been interested in those things since I was like 12 or 13. So
there were physicists in this article who commented that you were actually more or less on the right track. I mean, they sort of, even though they didn't think you should be doing it, they more or less endorsed the direction you were going in with regard to time travel.
Yeah.
And so I'm kind of with you. I mean, I know the young lady in the officer is saying, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it.
Yeah.
But
well, it's like they're afraid I'm going to turn myself into fried bacon or something.
Well, of course, and you may.
Yeah.
You may. I mean, there is that risk, isn't there?
Yeah, because with high voltage, you don't have to touch it. You just get too close to it, and you're a goner.
You get in the corona, and that's all she wrote.
Yep.
And that's actually what you were talking about doing ultimately, getting in that corona.
Yeah.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham. Hello.
Armmeister, Sky.
Yes.
In New Orleans.
New Orleans, yes.
Yes, Michael?
Yeah.
Yeah, first off, I think I'd like to party with you, dude.
He does seem like he's if you're into shenanigans, I feel like Michael's into shenanigans.
I've known people I feel very much like Michael. But a lot of them live on like farms where it's like, you can just sort of fuck around with all this shit, and ain't nobody gonna say boo because you're just kind of out there.
Yeah. You fuck around and you don't find out. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's like, I wonder if I can make a 36-cylinder engine. I don't know.
Oh, my uncles on the farm absolutely would totally. Yes, absolutely. We're combining parts that are not intended to be combined. That's a real thing.
It's very much that, like, oh man, what happens if you do this? Well,
we got a big junkyard and we got welding equipment. So here we go.
But what we do have, Paul,
yes, is super chats.
Super chat, not just regular chats. Super chats.
Super
chats beyond what normal chats can comprehend.
These chats can leap tall buildings in a single bound.
Hey, Paul.
Yes,
Scotty
Dave.
Orange asks,
yes,
with a $2 super chat, which KOTH character do you think could time travel?
I don't know what that means.
I don't either. I was throwing it to you in the hopes that you did. I don't know what that acronym's for.
Is it King of the Hill?
Maybe. I know Kids in the Hall.
Knights of the King.
We're to throw. Just you don't have to super chat, Scotty. Just throw it in chat. What?
And if it is King of the Hill, I don't know. Is there a Hank? Is that a somebody on the show?
Yeah, Hank Hill. You've watched King of the Hill. Come on.
No, but not in like decades. I don't know. Like
Hank, Dale was his neighbor, right? Dale Gribble, Boomhauer.
So I was philosophically opposed to all those Simpsons clones. So I didn't watch Family Guy for like 15 years. I never saw a single one of those. I didn't watch King of the Hill. Like
I know that's Kid's not. I know it's Kid. I'm okay. So everyone's saying it is King of the Hill.
I got that far, so I got us that far.
Do you think could time travel? Well, fair enough. Okay, Paul, which King of the Hill character? So
literally the only name I can the only one I know is Hank.
I mean,
and I don't even know which is Hank. Hank's the main one.
Hank's the main guy who sells propane and propane accessories.
Okay.
Voiced by who's the guy, the creator, the Beavis and Butthead
Judd?
guy,
Mike Judd.
Eat it, Hank Hill. Hank Hill actually started as a character on Beavis and Butthead, and then
there you go.
Anyways, I'm gonna say Dale Gribble. would be the out of anybody. If anyone can time travel,
Absolutely.
maybe,
If anyone's going to time travel.
and nobody would believe him. And Rosina, food is denser than air. Keller.
And this is actually a reasonable point, because it's weird that I would have been against it, because what I did love was the Mike Judge stuff on Saturday Night Live. I thought that was great.
Yes.
Which was spun off into Office Space.
Yeah.
So why I put King of the Hill into the camp of what was unacceptable, I don't know exactly. But young Paul didn't always make good decisions.
No. He didn't know how to have fun. Hey, Paul,
Rosina, yes, Dave.
don't jump into an incoming Stargate.
Don't jump into an incoming Stargate.
Yeah.
I feel like that would give you the element of surprise.
That's not how Stargates work.
Oh, okay.
You're gonna dial out.
No, but on an incoming, if let's say you just saw Stargate opening, and you jumped in, do you go to where they're coming, where the people are coming from? Is it two-way?
No, it's not two-way. That's
Okay.
why you don't jump into an incoming Stargate.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I never saw the show with the James Anderson. What was his name?
Richard Dean Anderson.
James Spader. No, James Spader was on the show, right? No?
No.
Okay. I don't know.
That's
I didn't watch the show. I don't know. I saw the Kurt Russell movie.
Yeah. Yep. James Spader's in that.
Oh, that's James Spader. Okay.
Yep.
Perfect.
Yep.
See?
Yeah.
I'm all around it. Mm-hmm.
The show is, anyways. But yes, the Stargates are one way.
One way. This is good advice. Rosina's giving us excellent advice. Yeah. What if you threw a screw in there?
It would be destroyed.
Would it appear that it, for a moment, that it just disappeared?
No.
Okay.
Be destroyed.
All right.
Don't go into the Stargates the wrong way.
Oh, so what if I had a bag of garbage that I no longer wanted?
I mean, I guess, yeah, you could do that. They don't really
a dead body. Let's say I had a dead body.
Let's say I'm trying to get rid of this body for reasons.
And someone opened a Stargate in front of me.
I was this close to buying.
Yeah.
It's like a replica Stargate, and you could go and it was tied into USB go. So you would activate it and it would have it would spin around and activate the chevrons, like the actual Stargate sequence, and it would do the whole thing. Okay. It was like $300, and I was so close to buying it. And I'm like, why the hell?
Was it life size? Was it?
No.
It was a mini for your desk.
It was a decent size. It was online, right? It was probably like a 1 foot cube. And I'm like, this would be really cool, twice. And then after that, I would never look at it again, and I probably have better things I could spend that money on. But it was that damn close.
That's how I feel every time I want a
Richard
collectible.
I didn't know that Richard Dean Anderson is a Flames fan. Well, how about that? MacGyver likes the Flames, Paul.
I actually did know that. I think I had forgotten, but at one point I knew that. Yeah.
Huh.
So he's not bothering with hockey right now either.
Yes, he's also just getting ready for golf season, like me and everybody else in Calgary. Yeah. Fuck you, Oilers. And everybody else, everybody in the world who's still playing hockey. God damn, did my team suck this year. It was horrible. I'm watching those Jays now, Paul.
Watching the Jays. How about those Blue Jays?
How about those Blue Jays? Yeah. They look like they have a decent team this year. Yeah.
If at any point, if you're in Canada and there's a lull in your conversation and you just want to get out of.
Yeah. How about them Jays?
How about the Blue Jays? Yeah. You go the Jays if you want to seem like an insider.
Yeah, coast to coast. You can throw that, and somebody will say something, and you can just kind of.
That's right. You can just back off, walk away. Yep.
That's good. No, Timothy. That's a different thing. If you throw a dead dog into a Stargate, it's just reduced to component atoms.
Right. So it remains. It remains dead.
There is a way. But I can't talk about it here.
I assume that if we threw a bunch of screws into Mel's hole, those would just fall to the bottom, never to be heard from again.
I mean, he threw a lot of garbage in there.
Yeah,
originally.
so it seems like only live things, like when you put a goat down for no good reason.
A sheep.
Oh, sheep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And or other dead animals. That was when the real problems began.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, the weird seal baby did cure his cancer, so maybe problems is the wrong word.
I guess.
Hmm.
With human eyes, the seal baby with human eyes.
Yeah.
God damn, I wish there was more Mel's Hole for us to listen to.
Rosina writes, things evaporated by an incoming wormhole leave aerosolized remnants.
What did you say? What did you read?
Aerosolized? I said things vaporized by an incoming wormhole.
That's not what you said.
What did I say?
Said at all, you drunk bastard. You said things evaporated.
Things vaporized by an incoming wormhole leave aerosolized remnants.
Yes.
Bad if you are hiding bodies.
It's true, because they don't like magically disappear. They just get like blowed up into. So yeah. So
amongst potential sci-fi weapons for murdering people,
amongst our many tools.
So a really good way to murder someone is obviously if you have a teleporter, right? If you have a transporter, like a Star Trek transporter, you just, there's my enemy. I'm going to just transport them to a coordinate where they can't possibly live.
Space. Most of the universe.
Right, exactly. So that's an easy one. Like how's anyone going to catch you that you murdered your enemy based on that? But another really good one that is like vastly overlooked and not talked about in the Ant-Man movie, in the first Ant-Man movie.
The first Ant-Man movie. Okay.
When the Yellow Hornet is trying to recreate the armor.
Yellow Jacket. Moving on.
Whatever I said. I don't know what I said.
Yeah. I think he said the horny hornet.
He's trying to make a thing to shrink things, but it ends up he makes this thing that just turns humans into a little bit of goo.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a really like they should have marketed that.
Yeah, you could have made money on that.
Like you could have made significant I can just like touch people and then it's like a little bit of schmutz on the floor.
Yeah. That's like, did you ever watch the Avengers movie? Avengers the
one that didn't ever come out.
Yeah, the British spy Avengers, right?
Oh, yes. Right, with
I can't remember who
Uma Thurman was the female lead.
I can't remember who was the John
Rafe,
Steve.
was it Rafe Fiennes?
It might have been. But yes. Right, where Sean Connery has developed a weather controlling machine and he's blackmailing the world. It's just like you could make so much money, so like trillions of dollars being like, hey, don't worry about your drought. I can give you rain. Just
absolutely like all on the up and up. Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. Yep. Nothing illegal.
Yep, nothing illegal. Just hey, you've got whatever.
Who wants rain?
Tornadoes. I'll fix that up. You're not going to pay me? Fine, whatever. Just deal with whatever you got. But if you give me $1 billion,
that's right,
to my Cayman Island account, this will all just go away, right?
Oh, your city doesn't equip for a hurricane right now? Well, I could do something about that.
I could do something about that, yeah. Hey, Lloyds of London, how would you like to not have to pay any hurricane claims ever in history again? And it's just like, oh my God, this you could make. Why are you doing this?
That's right.
Yeah.
People who inadvertently invented a fortune but don't figure it out. Yeah.
I don't think he does.
Paul wants 3 shots of Zat Ninktel. I don't know what that is. Is it good?
Yeah.
Zat Ninktel. All right. Is it like absinthe?
It's that's the crazy Stargate guns.
Oh,
these are Stargate references.
I thought this was alcohol because I have maybe now pushed beyond where maybe I should have. Anyway,
I have to donate blood tomorrow morning.
That'll be good.
I probably shouldn't be drinking so heavily.
Do you have, so does that mean we're wrapping it up, or are you good for a bit, or
Oh,
what would
I'm
you like?
fine.
Okay.
I mean, it's like 7 in the evening where I live. What do you?
Perfect. Yeah. Well, at most, we're going to the top of the hour, but off we go.
Like Obama's asking two of my favorite questions of all time. What if we try this, and also why not?
It really is true. And with a comment of the physicist here in the article, I mean,
Yes.
Vishanti asked, "Does Paul just get murderous when hammered?" So here's the thing, my friend Paul. We're just like alcohol does. It removes the filters that stops you from saying the things that you're thinking. My friend Paul has like just a deep core of rage and violence that's
If
built
you think
into
that
him.
I'm not murderous 24/7,
Usually social norms and his Mennonite upbringing keeps it under wraps, but it's always there. I know it. That's the I always sometimes
that's
want
the
to get
secret,
framed.
Captain.
Yeah,
I'm
I saw a
always
comic.
angry.
It was like, I can't stay mad forever. I can only stay mad until I die.
Yeah, that's me.
That's it. That's my friend Paul. Yeah, right there. Yep.
I'm gonna try and reboot the
So
sound.
to answer your question, alcohol doesn't make him murderous. Alcohol just lets you all see what's really going on there.
I think it was the end of last week. Yes, it was. Saturday morning. I read you a story that was faxed to me by somebody.
Let's get to the actual 4922.
Reading a story. It was a story that was faxed.
Physicists here in the article. I mean, I really do understand his investigative, curious mind. I'm very much the same way.
Right, because
What? Who?
So Bitcoin is also donating blood tomorrow. Good for you. Donating blood takes such a little amount of time and really does do something very good. It helps a lot of people. There's tremendous things. I highly recommend everybody go give blood. Go donate blood.
I'm doing a 10-hour charity stream tomorrow.
Yeah. For a made up charity though.
That's true.
I like diminishing your achievements.
I mean,
it makes me feel better about myself.
What is the non-made up charity that you're aware of?
MS Walk for MS.
No, that was an invented charity. Did you know?
Nope. As long as times existed.
That's how come. That's why Noah's flood. Frankly, there's not enough people.
Yep.
We're participating in the MS
MS.
Walk. Mm-hmm.
Yep. That and the fucking Nephilim.
That's right. It's true.
We're on your shenanigans, Nephilim.
anything's possible unless it's already been proven physically not to be possible. But just a couple comments and then one question. One, I hope you're taking and leaving very good note, because, you know, you may send yourself into the wild blue yonder. Yeah. And someone can maybe pick up where you left off, even though we would say we'd miss you. Yeah. And next thing is, if you do see yourself making progress, I'm sure you'll be taking everything, you know, wisely and step by step. Do not let any kind of big company, bureaucracy, or anything horn in or try and get in on a piece of the action, because you know what that'll end up being like, just like everything else. It'll be totally taken away from your control.
I feel like if he wants to cash in on this invention,
yeah,
maybe going on to a radio show that had 12 million listeners and laying out the recipe to recreate your experiment, isn't the right way to get a patent.
No, absolutely not.
And you'll just be more or less cast to the wayside.
Yeah, that's like what I'm worried about right now.
I would just move carefully before you make any decision or any step, because I've got, you know, some government experience. And just take a very careful step. Don't ever jump into anything.
Yeah.
And my last question is, next time you, I guess that vortex, I guess for lack of better words, it doesn't sound like exactly what it was, but anyway.
Best way to describe it.
Yeah, because, well, anyway, you know what a vortex is. What about a digital stopwatch, you know, measuring into the hundredths of a second at least, you know, chunking that through?
There's an interesting idea. Thank you, sir. He's saying throw
Yeah, I'm with Art. That's a good idea. I like that idea. Yeah.
I will be right back, Paul.
Okay, fair enough.
Let me knock on my door. I'm going to go check it out.
Someone knocked on my door.
Come and knock on my door.
He is waiting for you.
Going a stopwatch through. Now that is interesting, Michael, because if the stopwatch made it out the other side,
none of the electronics getting destroyed.
And there had been, well, even if it's mechanical, of course, then it would be subject to a mechanical field, probably stop it cold. But if you could get one through, it might provide you with an idea of whether it actually went through a time distortion.
Which, frankly, is what happened in, I guess, in like Back to the Future, right? So Einstein went through, and that's how they knew that they'd achieved time travel, was that Einstein's clock, digital watt clock around the dog's collar, was lined up. You need two. You need two to have to have. You can't just send one through and know if you've achieved anything. You definitely have to have a control and a variable.
Set to them.
Yeah, or fishing. Melly, good point. Or use fishing line. I feel like fishing line. That solves all your metaphysical problems when you're dealing with this kind of stuff. Good point.
Have keep one, throw the other one in, set for exact same time.
That's good, Michael.
Yeah.
Very good. Stay right where you are. We'll be right back with you. Michael Markham, Madman Michael Markham is my guest.
Exactly,
we'll be right back.
You get it.
All right. Back to Michael Markham. Michael, were you surprised to hear from your arresting officer?
Yeah. Very.
Me too.
That's like quite a coincidence.
He's apparently following your case, Michael. Does that make you nervous? In other words, he knows where you are now, doesn't he?
I don't know if he does or not. I think he does. I don't know if he knows exactly.
I mean, that's not evidence that the officer is following his case. That was there were millions of people who were listening to Art Bell, so it may well just be that the officer was listening and, this is the guy I arrested last week, as opposed to, I'm going to listen to radio to see if maybe someone I arrested shows up. Like, that's not a thing that's not a good use of time.
No, I feel like that's probably not something that happened.
Yeah.
House I'm in, but I think he knows I'm in St. Joseph, so.
St. Joseph, well, see, so wouldn't surprise me, but that he or his friends might be cruising by your apartment looking for strange flashes in the night, that sort of thing. All right, let's see what we've got out there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Yeah, this is I got to get my radio, Art.
All right, turn it off.
Yeah, I'm going to turn it off. Just give me a chance.
All right.
I got it. It's gone.
That's the one sin on this show, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, there's a couple, but that's definitely
there's a couple.
one.
Yeah, so no swearing. Well, there's no swearing. There's no repeat calls. Repeat calls for some reason was like incredibly important.
Mm-hmm.
And then turn your radio off.
Turn your radio off.
Yeah.
For crying out
Good.
loud.
Okay.
Where are you calling?
St. Joe Thursday.
Where are you calling from, sir?
I'm calling from Leavenworth, Kansas.
Leavenworth, all right.
Yes, sir. I would like to say that your
where,
guest, I think.
The military? US
Leavenworth?
military?
Yeah, isn't that absolutely... That sure sounds like a prison that I've heard about in movies.
I feel like it's the military prison is in Leavenworth.
From A Few Good Men.
Or
just a little.
What was the movie with Robert Redford? Castle? Where he's like a general that goes to military prison and James Gandolfini is the warden in the prison.
Oh, yeah. Was that Castle?
I think it was called or Last Castle or something like that.
A little bit nuts. He's probably as nutty as I am. I would like to make a comment. As far as what he's doing, I think he's on the right track. But you being a ham radio operator, that's what I am. You have to understand that you also have to have a transmitter and a receiver. Do you kind of get what I'm getting at now?
Well, I guess the Jacob's Ladder may have been a crude transmitter and receiver in a sense. In other words, wait a minute, sir. He was propagating this voltage across those two rods, and it may have been a kind of a blunderbuss way of going about it, but I can understand that he might achieve the effect he thinks he did.
Well, you had a gentleman on one night that was explaining the theories with Nikola Tesla.
Yes.
Okay, and I've studied Tesla in depth. I've been studying Tesla for a good 25 years, and I'd like to ask your guest a question. Where did he come up with this idea that he would use high voltage?
All right. It's a good question. Where did you?
You mean for the time machine deal?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like I said before, it didn't I didn't set out to build the time machine.
As is so many times the case with any discovery, you were simply trying to build a Jacob's ladder.
Yeah, just like something fancy to watch thing.
So many times, Paul.
It's a tale. If I had a nickel for every time someone was trying to make a Jacob's ladder, and it turned into some invention unheard of.
And next thing you know, we're rewriting the laws, physics, and thermodynamics, inventing new physics.
Exactly. It's ho hum. It's boring at this point. Yeah.
Kicking the new knowledge.
To see the spark go up, so to be something cool to do. Look, I understand that perfectly. Believe me, I understand that. And an unexpected effect occurred. These things happen. First time caller line, you're on the air with Michael Markham.
Oh, hello, Art.
Hello.
This is Chuck in Redmond, Washington.
Yes, Chuck.
I just wanted to call, and I'm so glad I got through tonight because people like us that are messing around with this kind of thing, we got to kind of stick together.
Oh, you're another one, are you?
Well, a little bit. I'm mostly my friends, that sort of thing. I got into it about 3 years ago, started collecting information, and I've got a computer bulletin board service where I try to get all this stuff together and get people to talk about it.
A BBS. I have not thought about a BBS in a long time because people have been talking about. I've heard a bunch about Usenet in the last couple of weeks, and I was like, those are good.
Oh, really?
But man, the BBS. That's right. The precursor. The local
Usenet is still very much exists and is active, but everything I've seen it for now is essentially for file distribution, right? Like,
is it okay?
If anybody uses it as it was originally.
Right, yeah, they're not using it to debate the merits of.
No.
Yeah. It's not the place to discuss why your Babylon 5 theories.
Yeah. It's basically binaries are on there now, right? Like, well, maybe somewhere on Usenet there might be. I don't know. Is IRC still floating around? Like, is it still active?
IRC was bought by AOL.
Yeah,
right?
That makes sense. I didn't know that, but yeah.
And so I think that got shut down in one of their many mergers, as I recall. I can still hear the sound though.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, I loved IRC. It was it was, even by today's standards, it was a surprisingly good, like the functionality and things in it. And how easily you could like spin off and be like, I'm going to have a private conversation with this person in a chat room or go IRC was great.
Yahoo Messenger or not Yahoo Messenger. Zuckerberg's little messenger there app really doesn't have much on it.
No,
it
really doesn't. Yeah.
Oh wait,
Scott, you never feel obligated.
No. But hold on, I think this is correct.
Oh,
I was thinking of ICQ, not IRC. Internet Relay Chat was a different thing. You are right.
Use them both. Yeah, ICQ had the sound though. IRC though was very good, but didn't have the sounds.
Correct. Yeah. No, I conflated two things there. That's on me. And thank you for holding our feet to the fire.
Yes, absolutely. And ICQ was bought by AOL, so IRC, because IRC wasn't a.
Yeah. No, I conflated the two. Yeah. IRC was a protocol that was not owned by a company.
No, and might still very much
right, which is why your Usenet comparison was probably apt, because Usenet similarly was not a protocol.
Yeah, Discord. That's kind of thing. I think IRC has fallen by the wayside.
That's correct. Chat is always right.
But I assume you can still go on there to buy, people.
And even though I was wrong, I still got a little bit of pleasure out of remembering the ICQ chat thing. So
I do remember it. Yeah. But even when I was
'Cause I
thinking
ran
that,
in-
I was also thinking of IRC.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh,
yeah,
IRC is also about sharing files now. So everything's just pirating. That's all
yeah,
what it. That's
there's a lot
so
of yeah.
so so porn is what makes the technology take off, and when a technology is largely dead, then it goes to the pirates. Is that what happens?
Well, and the whole thing, like with Usenet and IRC, it's like they're decent. Like they're not there's no central register. Like they're ideal for file sharing in a lot of ways because there's nobody tracking
Right.
who's doing what. with
Right,
these
where
sites.
torrents actually do even have a bit of a centrality, even though
Yes,
yeah.
which is why. Did you ever watch the? I think we've talked about it on this stream before.
The documentary about Pirate Bay?
And
That was a really good documentary. I
the
loved it.
insane.
Yeah.
That's I was to say what you will about Pirate Bay. Those guys, they believe in it.
They were resilient,
yeah,
as it were. Yeah.
Yeah.
To a buddy who originally had taken, he was using a lot less voltage, but he was just using DC batteries, made a couple of coils, and was using a police radio that he would key, a ham radio, a handheld, and he would key it and then tweak through the frequencies, and I guess he hit the resonant frequency of the circuit, and cut a long story short, he ended up in the loony bin for a little while, and he's okay now, but I went down and snuck a tape recorder in to interview him, and I got it all on tape, about an hour's worth of conversation, and
here's my crazy friend that is going to, and I use crazy deliberately in the mental health unfriendly state.
Yeah.
He's going to corroborate all my claims about the resonant frequencies that got hit.
Yeah, the resonant frequency of the circuit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's right. Circuits have frequencies, Dave. That's how that goes. And humans, we're all vibrating at certain frequencies, and if you can get your crystals to align, all the better.
You can't destroy objects, Paul. It's the objects of the rule of object preservation.
He told me he was telling me all about his time travels and how he had gone.
Yeah.
Who what now?
The Mark Ferngoff just as like Pirate Bay still around. Pirate Bay is very much still around. Yeah, they're still. Yep. If I copy a file, the original still exists. That's not theft. We can get into the weeds here. I do have some sympathy for, as somebody who has been a content creator, a media creator, both actual and aspiring.
If any of you assholes are pirating Afterburn,
right? Like, as somebody who has both pirated a lot of shit in my life, but it's like, I also get, if you want more stuff, like the people who make this is their jobs. They're not doing like they're doing it because they love it, but they're also, this is literally their jobs. This is how they're paying their bills.
Right.
And if they never make any money on it, they're not going to make more of the thing that you like. So I get it. I get both sides of the argument, honestly. I haven't pirated anything for years, but if I did, it would be because I don't have fucking $200 a month to pay to various streaming services everywhere around the world.
So I'm actually the opposite right now. If I will happily, because I am a content creator and involved in the larger picture. I actually, if I can give someone money to watch the thing now, that's the route I will go. Not because I'm rich, but because I actually do want to reward making it available.
Yeah.
But if there's and there are some American networks, Peacock, that puts out stuff right now that's literally like, you have not given me a way to get this in Canada.
Right.
You literally, there's no one I can give $1,000 to in Canada to legally watch this.
Right.
Then I'm like, okay, I guess
I guess we're just stealing the hell out of this.
I guess I will, right, because that's partially where, yeah. Anyway, that's my state of that.
Yeah.
But I've been at
I've been-
various, I've been on
pirating
various different
legit
positions.
videos for years. Yeah.
I also literally said earlier, and I don't disagree. My comics partner
Yeah.
used to get incredibly upset when our stuff would be pirated, and I'm like, no, if you're not getting pirated, you suck. Like,
Yeah.
like this is at least a sign that
If
we're
you're not
doing
getting bundled
something.
into the comic collections every Wednesday,
Right.
on,
Yeah.
the
Exactly.
torrent. Yeah.
Exactly. Good morning, von Germany. May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you. It is.
I got 7 minutes.
You got 7 minutes?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
Till Star Wars.
Till Star Wars Day. I thought you meant till you turned into a pumpkin.
No.
Okay.
To this portal and that portal, and had to go through 12 worlds to get back. And quite frankly, I thought he'd lost it. And I'm not even sure now, but that was kind of interesting. So I did more research, and then I presented it to another buddy of mine who fools around with electronics like I do. And I said, hey, what do you think of this? And at first he stopped, and then he looked at it and he goes, well, I could see how you get some kind of interesting effect out of that. And then about 2 weeks later, he kind of came up and he said, wow, one of the engineers upstairs at where I work, which is where they manufacture medical equipment, he said that he had taken 2 4-foot square capacitors out of an X-ray machine and hooked them up to a short length of 12-gauge wire. You know, that's a very thick wire for somebody who wouldn't know. Laid it on the floor and threw a quarter in it, and he pushed the conductors together, or the electrodes together, until I got close enough to arc. I don't want to know how he did that, and apparently after the spark, and the quarter was reduced to the size of a dime, but a 1/4 inch thick, and apparently still in good shape.
Well, that's something, and it's yet another effect. In the case of Michael's experiment, the screw disappeared and then reappeared. He's too young to call him Father Time, so we're calling him Madman Markham. Markham. I don't think you juiced this one up. Well done. What a scoop. What tremendous bloodhound intuitive tenacity. You're 1 in a million, as is young Michael. I predict a great future for him if he doesn't blow himself up or get lynched first. I can just see the light pouring out from the cracks in the porch. Art, help him find a mentor quickly. And then, like he needs encouragement, get this. Art, we've done what we estimated to be a 30-kilowatt version of what Michael did. However, we did not see the time travel application, but if he needs transformers, we've got them as leftovers from our electrical business, free if he wants. He provides shipping. I'm sure, like us, there are many people that have more than what he needs for experimenting. He's really talking small-scale power. 100 kilowatts is just medium power level. I cannot suggest that it be done within the city limits, however. People are not very technically tolerant around here either. Randy, listening to Kogo in San Diego. So, Michael, there you have it. It is a free offer of that which put you behind bars. This guy's willing to give you transformers. Cool, huh?
Yeah, very.
So, is that something you might go for?
Oh, yeah.
All right. Well, I can put you two together. I've got Randy's number here in San Diego, and I'll give it to you privately tomorrow. How's that?
Okay.
San Diegans.
Okay. San Diegans. Just the worst.
Oh.
It's not true.
It celebrates a movie called The Star Wars.
Okay, hold on.
Oh, this is Tuvok explaining Star Wars? Is that what we're doing now?
I'm Star Trek Voyager's Tim Russ, and I'm here to explain Star Wars Day.
Are we going to get nailed for this?
Maybe.
We'll
see.
May the 4th celebrates a movie called The Star Wars. In The Star Wars, the 4th is a powerful energy that binds the galaxy together. Now, using the 4th, powerful magicians called space druids are able to do crazy things like pick something up or tell people they're wrong.
These aren't the droids you're looking for.
But why May the 4th? Well, May the 4th is Star Wars' birthday. So when you say May the 4th be with you, you're really saying happy birthday, the Star Wars. But what is a Star War? A Star War is like a regular war, only instead of bullets, it's got lasers. And in the Star Wars, there is only one Star War, but it is a doozy. You see, Darth Vader, the bad guy, hates Luke Skywalker because he is his son. Sounds like a bad dad if you ask me. Anyway, because he's so mad at his son, he builds a giant ball that can blow up Earth. Luke and his friends, Obi, Hans, Robot, Pill, and Chewbacca, accidentally find the ball and realize that's no moon. It's a death ball. And they're right. So they go inside it. And guess who's there? Darth Vader and his boss, the garbage octopus. Now his friends all save the girl character and try to leave, but not before Darth Vader turns Obi into laundry. Luke is sad and realizes there's only one thing to do. Get in his X thing and kill everyone on the death ball. Pill gets his head blown off, so Luke uses the fourth to put a laser in the death ball's hole. Boom! So long, death ball. They won! Outstanding! A wizard even gives the humans a medal. But not Pill. Sorry, Pill. And that's the end of the Star Wars. No, just kidding. They made a bunch more of them, featuring everyone's favorite characters, Fatty the Slug, Ed Harris, Axe Hog, and Laura. Also, did you know that Jar Jar Binks was from the Star Wars? I always thought he was just a great comedian. Well, that's all the time we have. Hopefully now you have a comprehensive understanding of the Star Wars.
The Star Wars. Yeah.
I thought that was pretty good.
That is pretty good. That is pretty good. Yep.
I don't enjoy May the 4th that much because people who never speak to me all year long,
all of a sudden
on my Facebook, like much more than my birthday, for some reason, hey, May the 4th be with you. I'm like, hey. I know you don't really care about Star Wars, but you think this is fun, and it's the only thing we have in common anymore, even though we knew each other 30 years ago. So neat. Yeah, anyway. But that one was pretty fun. I enjoyed that one. Well done. Well done, Tuvok.
Well done, Tuvok. It was very good. Very good. Yeah.
They rescued the girl character.
They rescued the girl character. Favorite.
Also, Brian, yeah, I'm very sorry. We spoilers.
Yeah.
Spoilers. I should have announced.
Also, at the end, the end of King Kong, they shoot him off the top of the Empire State Building.
What?
Because it turns out man was the real monster all along. Spoilers. Yeah.
And that's Bruce Diehard was dead all along.
Bruce Diehard was dead all along. Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's what I know. All right, Dave. Well, do you have a joke to end this up, or was Tuvok the joke?
Tuvok was a pretty good joke. I forgot we do jokes. I
think that was the joke. We got the joke. That was good.
All right. Good. Great. What's a joke? What's a joke?
We're good.
Here's a joke for you, Paul. Hey. Okay.
Yes, Dave.
Paul.
Yes, Dave.
My kid refuses to eat fish. What do you think a good replacement would be?
For fish?
I was thinking cats. Cats love fish.
Well done.
You like that?
Well done.
Boom.
The achievement with comedy is to subvert expectations, and that you did.
That I did.
That you did. Well, Dave, we will not be here next week.
No,
because I have prior commitments. So I apologies for that, but we look forward to seeing everyone on the 20th, and then other future times where we will continue. Let us know in the comments. Were you intrigued enough by Madman to perhaps learn more of when he becomes a better storyteller and tells us about his time travel?
It does get better. The future episodes with Markham are more entertaining, a little less dry than this one.
I'm glad we got to the calls, but let us know if you're disinterested or interested, and we can carry on. But probably next, we have the Sumerian text for the next episode, and then we'll move on from there. So thank you so much.
You know what I was realizing? We got to do more JC at some point too.
Oh, that's right. JC.
That kind of fell by the wayside, but yeah,
We
got
do need to get more
we're
JC
due for
because
another JC
absolutely.
episode.
Well, maybe that'll be the next Dave and Paul edition. Thank you so
Yeah.
much for watching, everyone. We appreciate you. And good night.
Good night. And that's the end of our show.
And now I watch to see my do the thing.